election outside of the province?
Yeah, so a commissioner of oaths can only commission things in the province of Alberta. There's kind of two, like we have employees who are commissioner of oaths, and if there is no fee, like there is with the council, you're only supposed to commission documents that are affiliated with the county of Stettler. Elizabeth and I think Lorraine, have our commissioner of oaths, which we pay for that every 3 years, and we can commission anything within the province of Alberta. So just a heads up a little bit. You'll get high school kids that forgot to file their application papers to rodeo, and you'll get a call at 5 a.m. in the morning, or at least I do. Can I meet you on the highway to commission your documents? And as long as they're resident in the county of Stettler, you can do that.
That also is if they're going to the States, we can still do that, can't we? But they're a resident of the county of Stettler.
Unless the form is asking for a notary of public.
Okay. That's the difference, notary of public commissioner of oaths. If you have questions, phone a vet.
Preferably not.
So with that explained, I would entertain a motion to receive that for information.
I'll give you that motion.
James, all in favor? And that is carried. All right, now we move on to our first election, the election of Reeve. The Reeve must be elected at each organizational meeting. We are one of the types of municipalities that have an appointed chief elected official by default, and the county has no bylaw to revert to an elected chief elected official. I will call for nominations. I will call 3 times. You don't have to wait for the second or third if somebody nominates in the first. It's just make sure it's built on being in an assembly, a large assembly, making sure everyone has an opportunity to be notified that nominations can be made from the floor. If there are multiple nominations, there is only one office, so we would then conduct a secret ballot, and the secret ballot would be decided on a plurality of votes, so the person with the most votes, not necessarily a majority. And then that is why we would then confirm the results by resolution. So with that said, I will call at this time the first time for nominations for the office of Reeve.
I nominate Larry Clark as Reeve.
Hunter nominates Larry Clark. I will call a second time for nominations.
I nominate James Nyberg.
Councillor Stevens nominates James Nyberg. I will call a third and final time. Are there any further nominations? Seeing none, I will declare nominations are closed, and we will pass out ballots and conduct a vote. Please mark only one.
Are we going to have a little? Do you want to talk a little bit, Larry? Or
To me, I don't. It's irrelevant. I can or I can't. It doesn't.
okay.
That ballot box has lasted a long time.
Been around a while.
Go count those votes.
Are you putting us on pause, or are we just?
Yeah, I can if you'd like. I will, Michelle, that we'll recess briefly while we count the votes.
Just so we're not.
Call the meeting back to order. The result of the vote is that Larry Clark is elected. If I can get a motion to confirm the result.
I'll give you a motion to confirm that.
Okay, James moves that we confirm the result of the election is Larry Clark to fill the office of Reeve. All those in favor? Congratulations. Is carried.
Thank you, James. Thank you.
And Larry, would you like to take the chair from me now?
Yes, I can accept the chair from you.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next action required is the election of Deputy Reeve. And the Deputy Reeve shall be appointed from one among the elected councillors as dictated by the county's procedural bylaw. And so we need to appoint the Deputy Reeve from the members of council, so we'll call the nominations for 3 times also. And then we will have a vote and confirm results. So Deputy Reeve, names forward for Deputy Reeve.
I'll nominate Al Gano.
Second question, Deputy Reeve. And for the third question,
I'll give you a motion for nominations to cease.
okay,
We actually don't need a motion for nomination to cease, the chair can cease them.
I'll, seeing no others, then I will cease nominations. So
The nomination.
I accept.
and then, so that's, what, do we have to vote to accept that?
Yeah, so if there's only one nomination for a single office, then it's a vote to confirm that the result of the election is by acclamation.
Janet makes a motion that the vote is by acclamation. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Seating arrangements.
Sorry, Wade, you're gonna have to stare at me.
I got too much stuff here. I'm not moving.
Now, it's chosen at the county organizational meeting, and as it says here, the screens at the north, the screens at the very north end, all were just for minute taking. Additional screens can be added, or screens can be laid out as one screen per counselor. And then administration recommends that only council and the recording secretary sit at the council table with the staff tables facing council as needed. So our options are the county of Stettler, we can set our seating arrangement at the upper council table starting on the south side of the table. So that would be over.
Yeah, so in the diagram there, you see it labeled 1 to 12. That basically, each spot is just where there's a spot for your legs not to hit a leg. However, you can spread out or however within those bounds.
Councilor Stevens?
Well, given that you'll be chairing a lot of the meetings, it makes sense that you have your own screens and are not sharing. So I think we should probably move you.
We can add one more set of screens.
You can have them coming so that each counselor will have their own set of screens.
It is on.
Put your mics to the edge of your tables, please, counselors.
So we are getting another set of screens because we believe that's just better if you each have your own set of screens. So we'll probably place them over there. We recommend that you just have 7 counselors and a recording secretary at the middle table.
There has been some suggestions too, from the Reeve typically set at the center, but on the same sense, it is a bit more difficult when you're voting to see how the vote is going. Like
I think that'll change if we go to this e-scribe too as well. The only thing acknowledging for when you want to be acknowledged to speak, it's difficult for whoever's chairing a meeting to be on the outside edge like that, or to be on the in middle.
It's up to whatever council would prefer we can make work. And I think with the new mics, it would also help because these mics here, every time you turned, you would cut off in your mic. Like if you turn like that, you can't hear, so if you're typically on one, if the conversation's been on one end and you turn, it does affect with the mic. So that was the only issue, but whatever the majority of council would like, we can certainly make work.
Council Walker, you said that's a preference for spot when the sun comes in?
I like the sun behind me and my right eye's dominant, so I can see it.
Right.
So if it's,
And I if I have my aids down, I can be able to see people to get a better idea what they're saying.
Did you want to, we can help you move your stuff. Did you want to?
Do you want an end spot?
Yeah.
Is it easier to chair?
It is somewhat easier, but in the same sense than when you've got delegations and stuff, I guess you're looking at from an angle too, so it's really.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, there is some advantage to having the chair of the meeting right next to the recording secretary, particularly as we move forward with eScribe and we might need to say slow down. And we don't have to have the shout right across the table.
So we don't necessarily have to move for today's.
Hey, but yeah, if we can set up like that then. And then other order?
And my only other suggestion would be if I swapped over so that we had an incumbent by each new candidate. That way, if there's any tech questions, there's someone there to ask. So would you, Janet, would you be all right with switching?
I'm not a birdie.
You could put Larry at the end where Wade is. You could put Al beside Larry as the deputy Reeve, and then if Larry's not there, Al could easily chair from there or just move over one, and then go on down the line.
Well, that would work also. So that, and the rest of the order, if we can,
Brent and I are good, Decker.
and as long as we can meet what Janet requires too, that's.
I will move that accordingly.
Reeve would be 11. That's kind of where it would start then, is be 11.
Yeah, actually.
11, 12, or whether it's 10 or 9 or 15.
How we would typically phrase this motion, if I can, is that starting from the south side of the table, it would be Councillor Nyberg, Councillor Walker, Councillor Stevens next, and Councillor Adams, Councillor Gano, or Councillor Hunter, Councillor Gano, Reeve Clark, and then the recording secretary.
Wade's gonna, Councillor Hunter will be kind of out by his own then, eh?
I'm a rose between two thorns now.
Strays this morning.
Actually, if you want one right beside the recording, and then I could sit, and then we could have one on the other side too, whichever, just to make it balance out. Because I do think from Councillor Stevens' perspective, it is, if you're pointing somewhere, you need to, that would be fine with me too, so. Just so we can get as much information out in a day as we can. So now you can do that, Andrew?
I think so. So I'm just going to put it on the screen and go from there. And then we said Stevens here, roughly. Yeah.
Switch Stevens and Adams because then you would still have a counselor between.
Unless you trade it,
Yeah.
Walker and Nyberg. Then you would have the incumbents beside the new counselor.
This works just like this too.
I gotta get up to serve coffee, so.
You just picked that up. Like, typically, Councillor Stevens has did that fast. So.
We shared it, but now that he's gone, I guess I got the whole load on it.
So roughly this order, not necessarily to scale. And then the recording secretary.
That does meet it, Councillor Stevens?
I will move that we have a seating arrangement as shown on the screen.
Okay, any other concerns on that? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Regular council meetings. Meetings are currently held the second and fourth Wednesday of each month at 10 a.m. at the County of Stettler Administration Building with lunch provided by the County of Stettler. The options are resolved that the regular meetings of the County of Stettler number 6 council be held at blank.
Yes, yeah.
And we had those Wednesdays, and then also do we vote on MPC and ASB?
They follow in their own motions, but I think it's worth having the holistic discussion all at once. And if I may, Mr. Reeve, so what we've been doing most recently is 2 council meetings a month, and then MPC and ASB on the third Wednesday of the month, so second, third, fourth Wednesday of the month, our meetings. Prior to that, and not terribly long ago, instead of 2 council meetings a month, we had 1 council meeting on the second Wednesday, and then the other meeting was a committee of the whole meeting. And the main difference between regular council meetings and committee of the whole, you can't quite transact as much business at a committee meeting. You're mostly giving yourself recommendations to approve at council. The idea is that it's a bit more of a less formal discussion. It's a little bit easier to get deeper into policy in a meeting like that. And then administration would typically prepare a lighter agenda, as in less reports. So from an administration's perspective, the committee of the whole is less administrative time, but it's less flexible than a council meeting. In that a council meeting, if something comes up and you've got a second council meeting in the month, you don't have to call a special meeting. You don't have to defer it needlessly long. You can generally transact all business within a 2-week cycle. So it's of course council's preference as to what we do, but give that background.
Thoughts on that? It's we'd shown, I guess originally we had 1 council meeting, and then we had a group that was covering off on policies.
It was a policy committee.
A policy committee. But then that still had to become, it was discussed by 3 councilors in administration, and then it would be brought back to the table. So a lot of our policy stuff does work through either committee of the whole, and then would be advertised, or it would come to it had to come to the council meeting regardless. So that group, we did cover a lot of ground because there was a lot that had to be done. But on the same sense, I do believe it was better to have everybody at the table as we're having those discussions to go through it. So, but it is still 2 styles of meetings, and really, the big thing would be the administrative function for 2 council meetings versus having a committee of the whole. The committee of the whole was typically open, but wasn't
live streamed.
Wasn't live streamed, yes. Yeah. It was still an open meeting, though somebody saw this and wanted to come in and sit through it. We don't have very many people come into the attendance.
And council does have the pleasure to change the broadcasting policy if you wanted to go with committee of the whole to broadcast it as well.
Councilor Daniel, do you have yours?
I agree with the decision to broadcast. I have a question around the 10 a.m. start and why we weren't starting earlier, actually.
It's totally up to council, but one of the main drivers behind it was councilors doing chores in the morning in the wintertime. So a lot of ag background, so get up, feed your cows, and then come in for the council meeting.
You know, Mr. Chair, it also gives the opportunity for staff to be prepared for the day. If we come in at the same time staff does, that believe it or not, there's a lot more to our meetings than us just sitting down here and putting our hands in the air. So to give staff that opportunity to get set up and ready to rock and roll. So.
And also it gives our further base counselors a little bit more time and a little bit more, hopefully, daylight to be driving, because we did have some cases where some deer were hit. And then also too, by the time you start at 10 and council meetings typically would be over by, that's a real bad statement to make. But
Venture into that, Stephen.
But should be over by 4 minimum. But we've had some under and we've had some over, depending on discussion. So, and there seems to be no end of discussion. So that's kind of was part of that also too, because to try and get staff out of here by the end of the day, but yet also too, some or other committees would meet the mornings before if you were on ag services or one of those other committees, and get your agenda set prior, with that group prior to your 10 o'clock meeting too. Yeah.
How many times did we not have the second meeting this last year? Just once?
Pros and cons, committee of the whole, I believe allows council maybe, a little more relaxed environment, roll up your sleeves. But with the 2 meetings a month, sometimes we need decisions made right away, so we have that opportunity to get it in front of council. One of the things we've discussed over the years has been evening meetings. Do we make one meeting an evening meeting and one a daytime meeting? We've looked at all different options, so it's definitely open to council to decide which direction they'd like to go.
But if we do make a 6 o'clock meeting, it's going to be typically 10, 11 o'clock before we're done, and then we brought staff in for that also, so. Yeah, it's, you're gonna be a 3 to 4 hour meeting minimum, I would think. What would you think, Councilman Iver?
Well, I think when you set the agenda, that's how you deal with it. The chair can typically, I hope, navigate how long the meeting is going to be. So if you're setting that agenda, if you had an evening meeting, you would just set it a little lighter, that's all. And we would have to stop certain councillors for just adding stuff on at the last moment. Not looking at you, Mr. Stevens, at all.
I was gonna suggest that you and I dictate the length of the meeting a lot more than the agenda setters on a lot of instances.
There's a fair assessment of the. I'm comfortable with 10. I've accommodated and made it work, but we just went through an election cycle, and there's always this, how do we get away from apathy and get more people engaged and willing to step up? And I think that is one of the holdbacks, is because we're all daytime meetings. It's just a numbers game. If you want to get more people engaged and willing to step up and run for council, this is not a full-time wage. So very few people, we cut off a huge portion of the population, can make a living off this and not have another job. But by having it strictly daytime meetings, very few people have enough flexibility in their jobs. So I think just by nature of having all daytime meetings, we are cutting off a huge swath of the population that will never run, just for financial and lifestyle reasons. They can't do both.
Councilor Member?
And I think that's and no matter when you have the meetings, that's going to be the situation. I just look at a number of the boards that I sit on and have sat on in the past. The libraries in evening, the museums in evening, FCSS is a late afternoon evening, Housing Authority is an evening. Just by the nature of that, if we took another meeting from this to an evening meeting, all my evenings would be taken up. So it is a balancing act. I think we are different than some of our other municipalities in the fact of how we do business. Typically elected to this board have been in the past farmers. That lifestyle has maybe changed as we could see what's happened across the table. It is a commitment issue, no matter whether it's an evening or a daytime situation. But yeah.
Councilor Adams?
I do agree with that. I mean, in the evenings, we've had trouble with the Egg Society is the fact that we have a lot of parents. So their children's practices are in the evening. So there again, we run into not just other committees that we could be on, but also family commitments for the evening. And I think the same token, if we would put one on a weekend, we would also have an issue because that's usually family time or game time.
And we have to consider how much staff time we have into our meetings too, because that would totally cut into staff time also. The one committee of the whole meeting used to be on Thursdays. It was on Thursday when we had the one committee of the whole, but we put everything to Wednesdays for people so that at least typically you could say you were busy on Wednesdays. And, other than one day out of the month, and you could get, as you're setting your calendar and stuff, you knew it was those days because it was always a bounce on what Thursday it was, and it was the same week as MPC.
It could vary, but yeah, because it was always, I think, the third Thursday, but if the month started on a Thursday, it would throw that off.
If I may clarify, it used to be the fourth
Wednesday was ASB MPC, followed by the fourth Thursday.
Okay, that's how it worked. I knew it was a Thursday. Counselor Gano?
Thank you. I'd like to suggest that we move to a 9:30 start and possibly the second Wednesday, we'll call it, that we go to half a day if we're able. Would we have that option to change if, but what I'm trying to do is just make efficient use of the resources, the administration, as well as our time.
So explain that to me again.
9:30 start for all council meetings, and we would only meet, of course, from the second one if needed, and that we'd consider half a day meeting. So 9:30 to 12:30.
Actually, Counselor Gano, that's really what we do, we strive for. But in most cases with the issues that we had, especially the last year, it was difficult. It would be very difficult because it was even difficult through the summer when we cut that one meeting off. But that is a strive, and everybody, if we can be done in a half a day, absolutely. And I don't have an issue with the 9:30, but it's the 8 o'clock in the morning is tough if you're an agriculture producer.
Well, and Mr. Chair, if I can, not all of us are just a few minutes from town either. I think Mr. Hunter and Mr. Walker, there's a fair drag, and winter months come along. It's I know that it's a fair distance, and especially if you go at 10 o'clock versus even 9 o'clock. Typically the road plows get out, not always, but it is a consideration of those folks that live a little bit further away. So. Mr. Stevens, I don't care about him.
Mr. Hunter?
I just know being on the Painter with Gas Co-op, the evening meetings, like I was 80 kilometers from Castor at home. Some of those nights with the fog, like Larry was saying, the deer, the snow, it was terrible. And like, I'm happy with the 10 o'clock in the morning, just like keep status quo. The staff's used to it. We're used to it. The calendars are all in there.
And I guess is this yearly, the meetings, or is this once a term?
Yeah, you set this annually.
Yeah, so if that's the case too, that's something that we definitely play by ear through this first year.
So you have a motion on the table though, Mr. Chair, so you'll have to deal with that motion.
Okay. Did I make a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
You did, Mr.
So we either have to vote.
Well, he could just pull it down.
Your motion down if you.
His choice.
Also welcome to.
I would like to modify it. So the motion I'd like to make is that we move to a 9:30 start on county council meeting.
Motion on the table.
Do you still want it to be a second Wednesday meeting, or do you just want it to be the one council meeting a month, no matter what day it is, 9:30 start?
Wednesday, the only change I'd like to suggest is moving a 10 o'clock start to a 9:30 with the hopes of getting our day done.
Okay. We've had quite a few debate on this, so call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nope. Opposed? In favor? Or?
You didn't put a point.
I made the motion. I am in favor.
Favor of moving it?
To 9:30. Okay, we've got 2 in favor and opposed. I asked. Okay, so it's defeated.
I'll give you a motion to have it stay the same, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and on that, we'll call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. Or opposed, I guess. At that point, we assumed it. Yeah.
So in your motion to stay the same, just recording secretary clarification.
It is, yes.
For time of day, or are you going for the whole shebang of second and fourth?
Wednesday at 10 a.m.
Okay. And it will be full 30 to a council meeting. Yeah. I just got to get my agenda ahead of me here. Okay, 4.7, just the topic of per diems for council. And the purpose is to provide terms and rate of payment of remuneration for members of council during the terms of County of Stettler number 6 council. And the County of Stettler, number 6, believes the councilors have a very important role to fulfill, as such should be compensated for their time spent carrying out county business. Procedure, it explains through what happens at regular meetings, meetings of committees and boards, meetings of associated committees and boards, conventions, seminars approved by council, resolution, or policy, and meetings authorized by Chief Administrative Officer and Reeve. And remuneration for meeting attendance shall be paid at the rates set out on Schedule A. Social functions. County councils may not charge per diems to attend social functions unless they are formally invited to attend the function on behalf of the County of Stettler, number 6, in an official capacity. They may not charge per diems to attend recreational events unless those events are municipally sponsored, and county councilors may have their entry fee paid for non-municipal recreational events. The philosophy to be used by county council to evaluate whether or not to bill for attendance at an event is to answer the question, if I were not an elected official, would I go? The role played by council obviously changes, but if the councilor would normally attend the event as a member of the community, then reimbursement should not be claimed. So then it goes through the committee, board, and conventions. Do we have to go through each one of these, Andrew, or everybody's?
No, Mr. Chair, the only thing I would note is that previously this policy did indicate FCM on this list, and no longer does.
After our Calgary FCM meeting. Councillor Stevens?
I'd like to start by explaining some context. In last couple of years, it was a point of emphasis, which meetings we could charge for and which ones we couldn't. We had some that were public workshops, things that we were, Ag Service Board or other boards that we were putting on would hold a public workshop or education item, and if we attended that, we weren't speaking, we didn't organize it. If we went, we were just a member of the public, and that would not be billable. So there was a lot of emphasis put on that in the last 2 years in particular.
And to that end, so if you are on a board and you're expected to be there as a board member, then that is a billable. So, I mean, there's, whether you bill or don't bill, that's totally up to you. However, you are, I guess, allowed to bill by the rules of the organization, right?
And on that, I believe fee sheets came up yesterday, which are done electronically. They're submitted in by a certain date that shows up on calendars for event and staff to review for accuracy, but it is up to council to approve it. Our CAO does not approve council's time. Council approves council's time. So the CAO will sign off that everything looks.
Actually, if I may, because these are council fee sheets and you approve them or you check your fellow council member on what they've charged for, I don't believe that I need to review them. With them being on Excel, they can go directly to payroll. Payroll can process them. They're in the council package, and then council can decide whether or not you approve them or not. If you want any changes made, then we will put them through payroll to be made at the next meeting.
Councilor Lambert?
And I totally understand where Ms. Cassidy's coming through on this. However, there are on occasions where I think every councillor has sat and made an error, not realizing what that error was, to have a second set of eyes to say, hey, you did something not, is this what you really want? I know you're trying to get out of some work.
A lot of time on council fee sheets, but I do.
It is nice to have that second look from you to say, you know, James, I think you forgot to put on the FCSS meeting last month. That's a nice.
That will still happen regardless of whether she signs it.
Okay, and that's all I'm saying is that I appreciate that, because a lot of times we get those and I mean, for me anyways, a lot of times my fee sheets is the last thing that I think about, and you put it through and it's like, oh yeah, what did I do this month? And then you go through all the stuff, and it becomes fairly tedious, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind taking a look. The one thing that I do try to keep is consistency, especially at conventions. So if we go to a convention, it's a 4-day convention, somebody charges for 5. My question is, how come? So if you went up for a course, maybe you took a course, or you had meetings arranged with ministers early in the morning, then I might call you and say, how come you got 5 instead of 4 days? I can continue with that. Yeah.
And which typically with that too, if you properly filled out your description, that should really indicate why you're showing that extra day too. Councillor Gano?
I'm quite comfortable not having Yvette. We have 7 people here looking at it. I expect that, who is the receiver when we do it in Excel?
Melissa would be the receiver.
So Melissa would have an opportunity to check my spelling and what have you as well, correct?
Yeah, so what happens now is I get them, I look at them, and especially because of the mileage, once you hit that 5,000 kilometers, so we always double check that. I check the adding, I check the spelling, then it goes to her, and sometimes she checks the adding and the spelling. So, yeah, we're both doing it. Yeah.
And from a staff flow through process, it's probably, I think, maybe if it still flows through her, Al, however she handles it, because then we're going down within the staff and maybe and creating conversations with a staff member versus our conversations being through the CEO. So I don't think it takes a lot of time, but it is a reminder. One key thing there was a lot of conversations on was mileage, and then it got to people were reading odometers, people were. So it was all of us, do your mileage on Google and input it, have that standard mileage, what it is from your house to this office. And that's just what you input. And I know people went through the tax issues with mileage, non-taxable and taxable, and where you went to and where you were doing your work. So that is all an input on the computers. Councillor Adam and then Councillor Stevens.
Oh, I was just going to say that, I don't know how it worked, but I would think that Yvette, you would know what events we're actually scheduled to be at and what committees, so you'd be able to sort of and say, whereas Melissa would be, what was this?
Most of the time, but sometimes councillors will receive invitations to attend community events, or especially ASB and MPC. Sometimes there's open houses that sometimes all councillors go to, others don't. Sometimes maybe the chair of MPC will go and the ward councillor. So it's
External committees as well, things like FCSS and housing, they kind of manage themselves. We just give them a name, and then we don't really know until you bring a report back when or what you're meeting about. So we do put a high onus on the individual councillors.
It's always safe to err on the side of caution of just conferring with your fellow colleagues. And those conversations happen back and forth. I mean, there is some sort of unwritten rules. For example, if it's an event in my ward, it's somewhat of an expectation that I would be there. However, if Clint drives from Bymore to an event exclusively for my ward, that's a little different. So you will find that at times it isn't 100% uniform. If it's a ward-based system and you're expected to do more in your own ward. So there's some conversations that happen back and forth. And the mileage piece using Google Maps, how this came up was if you happen to forget to fuel up your vehicle and have to drive 30 kilometers out of your way to go fuel up, that's your responsibility, right? So it's, as per Google Maps, the most direct route to and from. That's what we bill for mileage. If you take a detour, that's fine. You can drive the scenic route. It's just not compensated for.
The only thing on your mileage, you have to check what Google Map is saying, because at one point my phone was not quite working the way it was supposed to. I was getting paid about half the mileage or 2/3 of the mileage to Calgary and back. I've driven that trip so many times, I knew how far it was, but I just would write down what.
To this day, I can't explain it. I troubleshot that with him for a long time. I'd love to say, oh, Larry just doesn't know how to operate tech, but sure.
I do agree, because Google Maps, I go to Red Deer regularly, and to go to the hospital from Red Willow, it says 81 kilometers. And that doesn't even get me to Red Deer, let alone the hospital. So there is, to a great degree, it's correct, but there's a few times you might have to go, there's a little discretion.
Now that I started using my wife's phone to pick up my Google Maps spots, it's been working a lot. It's pretty close. It's within, you watch your odometer, it's within 10, 20 kilometers type thing. So, yeah. Supervision fees was kind of what Councillor Stevens had touched on there a little bit earlier, is they're in lieu of time and all expenses pertaining to ratepayers' concerns, road inspection associated for each councillor's ward activities in the county of Stettler. And those fees are paid, are part of your monthly part, but that's part of the expectations is when you're participating in things within that area, there isn't those expenses filed. Expense claims for those other than listed previously, i.e. hotel rooms, meals, etc., are to be submitted to the accounts payable, accompanied by receipts, which typically, in most cases, hotel rooms would be booked. In some cases, you may be getting meals and things like that, but just, that hasn't really been a big thing charged back, I don't believe. General regulations claim round trip mileage from the residence to the destination approved. Traveling time is to be included in per diem charge rate for the meetings. All meetings are to be claimed to the nearest half day, up to 4 hours, over 4 hours, and up to 8 hours to be claimed as a full day. Evening meetings are to be claimed as half-day meetings, and meals will not be reimbursed for meetings or conventions where meals are supplied. And Schedule A is listed with the meetings per diems, and 4 hours or longer duration, so full-day meetings are $275. And then on our time, it does show there's different breakdowns of whether it's regular council meetings or council issues or conventions, is where you split those times out. And then half-day meetings are $200. And then it breaks into the same thing with convention per diems. Your prep supervision days are $800 per month per counselor. There's allowances of $650 per month for the reeve. Deputy reeve is $250 per month for the additional duties. And travel expenses, as we described there earlier, meal allowance is the county will not reimburse for any liquor costs unless approved under special circumstances, which in 8 years, I don't think we've really had any special circumstances for that I've been in here.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think there is. Typically, if we entertain another council or entertain another MLA or something like that, if there was something that someone had to purchase at that point, I think we've had that in the past.
Right. Okay.
Very so. About 12 years ago, maybe a little longer, 14 years ago, I guess, when I first got on council, we changed that because, yeah, we pick up our own tab on if we go out for dinner. We pick up, you want to have a beer? It's on you.
Which is, it works fine. Most restaurants working very well. So, and receipts are required to claim any meal allowances up to the maximum daily allowance of $65, as was mentioned earlier. Councillor Stevens?
I have gotten some feedback around the meal situation. I do see a ton of value both in speeding up our meetings, having a group setting, as well as I think they're quite fruitful, gives us an opportunity to discuss logistics and planning for upcoming conventions or meetings. So I do see value in us typically eating as a group, but I mean, the expense side, I can see both sides of this, but for the optics of it, I would move this as presented with 2 amendments. One being remove the CAO review signature from the fee sheets. And the second being we deduct a $50 a month stipend to cover our meals. So then we do this for our council lounge to cover the drinks that are in there. We just increase that stipend by $50, and then it's status quo, we're covering the costs. If that's,
Would that cover the cost, roughly?
we're about 3 meals a month would be the regular. To council, ASB, MPC, and outside of that, it's generally short enough meetings where it's not required.
Logistically speaking, if that was the case, it would probably be easiest just to, instead of doing the contribution thing, because that actually goes into a staff account that's balanced against, or not a staff account, but that staff fund type thing that's balanced expenses versus revenue. If you were just looking to vaguely approximate it, then I would say that just adjusting your supervision fee would probably be the easiest way to accomplish that.
As long as it's made very obvious, that's what it is. That's,
I think that's what Mr. Stevens was trying to do, is to show that there is something on our.
I mean, if that's simpler, if we get questioned, we can explain it. So I will amend my motion to decrease the monthly supervision fee from $800 to $750.
questions, concerns?
So the signature, I agree with, that is. Just a thought, would we be better, and this is just my thought, Mr. Stevens, what you're trying to do is to show to the public that we're frugal in what we're doing. I understand where you're going. Would it be better for us to, within council, each month make a donation to the food bank or something along that line? I'm just trying to think a little bit more outside the box. I'll be honest, nobody's going to notice the 50, and I'm not doing this for optics. Yeah. But then you're explaining to people. But I would think on a different point, if we, as a group, decided to do something like that, that might be a little better optics, if that's what you're intending. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care one way or another. I'm just looking for optics.
Councilor Dano?
Thanks, Councilor Nyberg. I'm going to disagree in that I like Justin's initial. I don't want to decide for the ratepayers where our monies are going. And that's why I would not, I'm a big contributor of the food bank, but I like that, that we're knocking it off our supervision payment. So that's the rationale.
And I'm not opposed to that, Mr. Gano. Where I am at is, if it's optics that you're trying to gain, this isn't fulfilling the job. That's all I'm saying. So I agree with the optics of if we had it as an actual something that was gone. The supervision fee when I started was lower, and now it's higher. So it's a non-starter for me either way. I'm just trying to help Mr. Stevens gain his optics that he's trying to gain.
I'm comfortable. There's lots of things we do that we don't actually get credit from the majority of public. That's just an accepted part of the job.
The statement that our meals are paid for by the councillors, I think that's the statement. Is that true? If we went to $750, how would you frame that?
That's a nifty question.
I think we'd
Or a bad question, actually.
we'd have to change the policy to reflect that the preparation supervision days remained at $800, but $50 a month would go into council subsistence, basically to cover off the costs of meals during council meetings.
And as far as the lounge, the drinks in the lounge and stuff, we started that about 7 years ago, because we were having a lot of public meetings and then realized that our pop and water, et cetera, was being paid for by the employees' account. And whenever we had a function in meeting room, the meeting rooms 2 and 3, it was their fund that was being drained for our meetings. So then we said, well, no, we can't do that. And still some bigger meetings and stuff, I'm sure is built differently if you have to pick supplies up or whatever. But it was for those ones where you bring in a half a dozen people or 8 people and people walk in and grab a pop or grab water or even the coffee supplies. It was being paid for by the staff, not the ratepayers, but by the staff. So then we changed that. So then, go ahead.
So this has evolved last term. The previous council had a deduction off their paychecks, I think at $3 per month, which goes into basically a staff fund that pays for the pop and water and things in the staff rooms. So you could either elect to continue to do that or not do it. It's totally up to you, same as it is for staff. This has evolved. Previously, we used to go out for dinner. So instead of bringing meals into council, we used to go out to restaurants and have dinner, all of council. It was tough. It was time consuming. It was expensive. So then we went.
Sucked.
The optics did suck. And then we brought the meals in, made it a little, we could get through it quicker if we needed the time. We could shorten up our lunch hour, and it was a more economical way to, basically be able to offer meals to councillors.
Largely removing the CAO review signature on our fee sheets, that's a lot of optics because it just confused the public. Why are we bringing it to the next council meeting and we're the ones that are approving it if someone else has their signature on it? The optics were that it was already approved, and that is definitely not the case, and they are quite scrutinized.
It is already paid, though. That's the problem.
I expect it could be unpaid.
Yep. And has been on multiple occasions.
I like the motion.
I'm going to ask Mr. Stevens to repeat his motion so that Michelle has the proper motion in our record.
I'll move that we pass the per diem policy as presented with 2 amendments. One is removing the CAO review signature from the council fee sheets. The second is decreasing the monthly supervision day per diem from 800 to 750 to offset the meal cost. I realized that, per month. My apologies. I realize the optics aren't as crystal clear, but this is just clean and simple, and we can justify.
Okay. Any other questions before call the question? All in favor? Any opposed? That's the problem with you, is you're looking this way and then you. Okay. 4.8, signing authorities. Oh, I guess we need to talk about member at large and committee member remuneration.
Mr. Chairman, so this one has been updated as well, just removing a couple boards out of the schedule that don't exist anymore, like the Rural Crime Committee.
And it is the same pay schedule.
In this case, members at large, those
Per day, they also don't get the monthly supervision rate.
and these fee sheets are not just reviewed by the CAO, they are approved by the CAO.
I'll move that we receive policy 6.15 for information.
Questions, concerns?
Sorry, that should be for approval because of the amendments, not for information. That should be approve as presented.
Rural Crime Committee.
I will move that we approve as presented.
Councilor Nyberg? Okay, call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Signing authority. Signing authority is set by policy. No changes are proposed to the policy of AF 615, signing of documents as it's attached.
I'll give you that for receipt for information, Mr. Chair.
Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Legislative appointments. Now we're into the next phases. Our agriculture fieldman.
So your current agricultural fieldman was just recently appointed. He joined us at the beginning of October, Robert Klatt. So for these, we typically just confirm the appointment. It's somewhere between reappointing and receive for information.
Councilor Stevens.
I'll move that we confirm the appointment of Robert Klatt to the Ag Fieldman role for the County of Stettler.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? It's carried. Weed inspector, soil conservation officer, and pest officer, page 20.
So this is another one mandated by 3 different acts under the Agricultural Services Scheme, the Weed Act, the Soil Conservation Act, and the Pest Act. So in this case, we have no changes to our inspectors. It's Farrah Fisher, Steele Nichols, and Colby Niehaus. Robert Klatt, as a function of being the ASB foreman that you just approved, or fieldman, pardon me, is ex officio each of these inspector roles. So we don't need to reappoint him to them.
You've got a question, Michelle? Okay, you just had your hand up. Councilor Nyberg, any questions? Call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. Director and Deputy Directors of Emergency Management, page 21 of the package.
So this is required by our emergency management bylaw, that we appoint our Director of Emergency Management, Clint Syme, and our Deputy Director of Emergency Management, Kyle Benna. We also maintain emergency management for the region, so other municipalities will similarly appoint our 2 staff members through our regional emergency management agreement. So when you hear us refer to SREMA, that is the Stettler Regional Emergency Management Agency.
Councilor Gamma.
I agree with the appointments.
Call the question. All in favor? That'd be carried. Fire Guardians, 5.4. Page 21 again.
This is one of my favorite ones because a fire guardian actually has quite a bit of authority. They're the ones that can, in the case of an emergency, commandeer your backhoe, conscript you to help fix things. It's actually quite interesting. But on the day-to-day, they approve fire permits. We haven't yet gotten to conscript a person,
I
but
see somebody's name on there. Is this why?
oh yeah. So we do. So under the Forest Prairie Protection Act, each councillor is a fire guardian by virtue of your office, as is the CAO. And then we appoint our fire chief, our manager of fire services, each of our community peace officers for the enforcement side of it, myself, and our battalion chiefs, Jeff Klassen, Ben Weens, and Jim Wasdell.
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a motion that we appoint Troy Otten, Ivan Dijkstra, Clint Symes, Kyle Bennon, Michael Kosawan, Andrew Grishik, Jeff Klassen, Ben Weens, Jim Wasdell as fire guardians for the county of Stettler.
Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Municipal Solicitor, page 5.5, page 23, or 22, pardon me.
This doesn't have a lot of practical value, but it remains a point of clarity for other law firms who may want to engage with us directly or engage with our legal counsel directly, that we have this on the record. In most cases, if there is a lawsuit that's initiated, 9 times out of 10, it's a process server coming to meet a vet anyways, and then we're deferring it to our legal counsel. We primarily use Brownlee for municipal matters. We use Reynolds, Mirth, Richards, and Farmers for contract and HR matters. And then you can see the long list of people we use otherwise. Chapman Rebick, for example, does most of our bylaw work. Kennedy Agria, so Shry does lots of our assessment appeal work. And so we have a long list. We basically choose the best people for the specific job. But if somebody wanted to, say, who's your lawyer, this appointment we recommend be Brownlee LLP.
Not if, it's when we get served.
Andrew, what choices do we have here?
You can appoint any law firm, and in fact, if you didn't have a law firm directly appointed, there is no formal requirement in the current MGA. As I mentioned, it doesn't impact how administration goes out, but you can see the list of some of the different groups we've been using. Brownlee, Peacock Linder, Halton, Mack, Reynolds Mirth, Richards Farmer, JSS Associates, Chapman Rebick, MLT Aikens, and Kennedy Agria, so Shry. And we have, as I mentioned, we have sort of they have different areas of strength that we tend to lean on.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, just to answer your question, really the current appointment doesn't make a whole lot of difference to us because we do use pretty much everybody in a specific matters. All we need to do is by legislation, we have to have somebody appointed that you can contact and look up and say, who do we send a piece of paper? Sometimes Brownlee will get that and then we'll take that matter to another law firm to deal with it. So they'll get it as a notice and then we'll take it somewhere else to work on it.
So it is a requirement.
I don't believe it's a legislated requirement. It's more common practice at this point.
I think it is under special person power. I think we do have to have this appointed. I could be wrong, Andrew.
And you're thinking natural person power, yeah, which you're also a natural person and you don't have an appointed solicitor. So that wouldn't be it. I think in the past it was a requirement. I think it was when you had a single legal firm that you would typically use, but these days it's not.
I think this is somewhat of a throwback from our large municipalities in the sense that they will actually have lawyers on staff. So that would be the main point of contact. And then if they needed backup resources, they would do so on their own.
And most of these firms are municipal, what we call municipal lawyers, who specialize in municipal law, which is a beast of its own.
Mr. Stevens?
I'll move that the county of Stettler appoint Brownlee LLP as solicitor for the county of Stettler.
All question, all in favor? That would be carried. Okay, legislative committees. Page 23, it starts. 6.1 Agricultural Service Board. Okay. Thank you. The meetings. Yeah. The Ag Services Board. Did this package, did people have a chance to read this prior except for the recommendations, or did?
We handed out this exact package when you were sworn in. So you did have it in paper copy.
So I'm just wondering how much detail we need to go into each step.
That's completely at the preference of council.
The meeting schedule for ASB is the third Wednesday of every month at 10 a.m. It's the morning meeting, and at the county administration building. And we need to appoint members with a set term. Past, it's been all council members to Ag Service Board with a set term. And we have an option for members of ours. Councilor Maverick?
So, Mr. Chair, we've talked about this in the past multiple times. One of the things that we hopefully have been able to do or try to do was trying to encourage more participation. Like Mr. Stevens was talking earlier, it's tough sometimes to get folks out to run for a councillor position or any position is within the county. So we have in the past actually invited some young farmers to come along and go to the Ag Service Board conference, trying to encourage them to get out and join us. We have tried to ask people to join this as a member at large with, again, very little or no success. That all being said, that if there was a individual, senior or young, it doesn't matter to me, anybody that's out there in the public that has a burning desire, this would be one of those boards as a sitting councillor I would step down from and allow somebody from the general public to take it, because I do believe it is a good opportunity for somebody to get their feet wet, as it were, in municipal governance.
Councillor Stevens?
I support the idea of encouraging members at large with an apathetic voter base, as we saw with low voter turnout. Anytime someone's willing to actually get involved and be engaged, it opens up a whole new swath of public that they would be informing, because everyone has their own kind of circle of friends and family that they discuss these sort of things around the coffee table with. So I think by nature all of council does that, but if we can get some members at large, I do think it would help inform our public a little bit more. My only pushback is I don't want to necessarily increase the size of the board. So I would like it to be lateral. If we are going to allow members at large, that it's taking the place of a former councillor on that role. So I would be, my kind of first thought is I would be comfortable with 5 councillors remaining on that and opening up 2 spots to members at large.
Councillor Gano?
Administration, I take it we've never advertised.
Right.
Do you have a sense of the response we might get?
I think we are advertised.
Sorry, I should say, we didn't advertise in our current round for this organizational meeting. We have in the past, however, for our members at large received this round, we had a surprisingly good turnout of interested applicants. Which is confusing because, as Councillor Stevens said, the voter turnout was the worst I've seen in my career in the county of Stettler. But it seems like people want to get involved, which is great.
And we have had this conversation now, this will be the 3rd term that we've talked about members at large, and we have had people that have stepped up and said, well, that might be something that I'd be interested in. Do let me know if, council decides to put members at large on the board. I think we would get a fairly decent turnout if we advertise.
I think it would be a great idea. I'm not sure how, from a policy perspective, we might, make that decision, but I think the path that you've suggested makes sense.
Part of the reason why I chose 5 is if it took us a month or 2 to get 2 members at large, that board would still have quorum. So it wouldn't functionally kneecap that board if it took us a couple months to get members in large in place.
So, Mr. Chair, at that note, I would step down and not put my name forward if we were going to do that.
And I wouldn't put mine forward either.
Are you sure?
Justin,
You're too small on the ball a lot of time, Justin.
Well, no, that's fine. I am happy to remain. I was just doing the, not every counselor has an extensive ag background, and I grew up on a farm and couldn't wait to get off. Do I have a knowledge of the farm and talk to many of my ratepayers that are avid agricultural producers? Yes, so I would stay if that was the case.
So, Mr. Chair, just to get a full understanding, if we went with 5, we would stay at 5 for the entire term. And then if we could not, if we advertised and could not get anybody to sit on that board, would we then have somebody, councillors that have stepped down step up, or what would be, I want to get a feel of council, what they would see happen. I would say that you don't need more than 5 anyways, going forward, totally. So.
My suggestion it is like you were kind of pointing to, that the counselors would act as an alt to the member at large.
Yeah, that's an interesting option. If the two counselors that aren't formally on the board, if they were specified as alternates, then it gives you the option, if you're low on numbers for any reason, gives you an interesting flexibility.
And we do have two advisory and external committees that we used to have members sit on that we haven't over the last term, or part of the last term, and that would be the Battle River Research Group and also the Stettler Seed Clean Plant Board or Association. And we've got many members, well, many residents of the county of Stettler that are on the Seed Clean Plant Board, and we have one or two that are on Battle River. So possibly if they're showing the interest there, they may show the interest to the ASB also. So that, you know, maybe we might be pleasantly surprised by the interest we get too.
And that's an interesting crossover in knowledge, getting those groups with a more direct communication line to our group. I think it would serve both of us well.
I totally agree. We had that discussion. That would make more sense for have them come to us than us go to them.
It would allow that opportunity if any of them decide to put their name forward too.
So just if I could, Mr. Chair, understanding the alternate, so for a month or two, the alternates would sit?
If we're gonna call a board of 7, it would, wouldn't it? Back to Mind?
The alternates can sit and we can,
Mike's
once we get the members at large appointed, then the alternates wouldn't have to sit unless the member can't make it.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Janet. I think that's
and plus with Janet too, also for the first meeting or two, then you're becoming, you know, seeing what happens within the ASB also. Yeah. So that would be beneficial too. Okay. We need a motion.
This is going to be somewhat of a complicated motion, so bear with me. I'll move that we appoint Councillor Walker, Reeve Clark, Councillor Gano, myself, and Councillor Hunter to the Ag Service Board. We appoint Councillor Nye.
do it in 2 motions. It might be easier for Michelle.
It might be easier if it's 6.
I think do it in 2. That would make sense. Yeah.
And then there would be, but then we have to include in this motion that there would be 2 members at large.
And
Next motion.
And a motion.
And the motion, okay. Any further comments or questions before we go to question? Call the question, all in favor? That is carried.
I'll move that we add Councillor Nyberg and Councillor Adam as alternates to the Ag Service Board.
Enough of a motion there? And
Yes.
So, the alternate terms, so do we do a 4-year term or a 5-year term so that we have that,
An alternate on 1-year term.
or we just go to the 1-year term?
I think we try this out on a 1-year term and revisit at next year's org meeting. It'll give staff a little more time to make some cleanup if there's a nuance that we missed.
I agree.
Yeah, good idea.
okay, so we have a second motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Stevens?
I'll move that we instruct administration to start advertising to fill 2 members at large spots on the Ag Service Board and bring back to council.
Okay. Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That is carried. So,
And then next we need a chairman and a vice chairman need to be.
yes. So we need to appoint a chairman with a set term. Can I call for nominations?
I would nominate Mr. Gano as the chairman of the Ag Service Board, if he would accept that.
I accept.
Calling twice for chairman? Calling 3 times for chairman?
Do they elect from within the,
As of the ASB Act, it's not one in that respect. The council appoints the chair, vice chair, members at large.
I was making sure I wasn't offside as an alternate. Given a point.
So, Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that we accept Councillor Gano by acclamation for the chair position.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Who wants to be vice chair? It's between you and. I'll make the motion that vice chair is Mr. Walker, Councillor Walker, sorry, I gotta change that.
Can we open the nominations first?
Yeah, we'll open the nominations for vice chair, which we now have Mr. Walker. I call the question a second time? And call the question a third time? Councilor Stevens, you're very good at it.
That we appoint Councillor Walker by acclamation.
Call the question, all in favor? Your hand up there? Okay. Carried, you did accept that, eh? Yeah, okay.
It's not a change, so as long as you guys are fine with the meeting schedule remaining as is, then it can continue to be the third Wednesday of each month. And technically, I think the board would have the ability to set their own time as well. Yeah. So, yeah, there's no need for council to move that. The first meeting will be functionally call of the chair, and from there we can just ensure that at least once we get the members at large in, that remains there, what works for them best.
What are you referencing there, Andrew?
So I think, so we're just talking about the meeting schedule for ASB. Right now, it's the third Wednesday of the month at 10 a.m. at the County Admin Building. And I would say that board should, once members at large are appointed, the board can revisit that and see if they want to move that time or not.
The only warning on that is that the same thing happens with MPC, and we typically do those back to back. So five of the members have been, would be on both if it went the same way. I don't know if there's members at large on MPC proposed or.
Not from administration, that is, nor were there members at large proposed by administration here, but you have that right.
I'm sorry, I should have reframed that. What regulation or what have you are you referencing?
Oh, okay, so that's under the Agricultural Services Board Act. It's the oddball one that says the membership, the chair, the voting status, and the term of office of the members are all set by the council of the municipality, but everything else would, as it's not spoken to, would be at the discretion of the board itself.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're fine to move on to 6.2. Okay, 6.2 Municipal Planning Commission, page 25 of the package. Purpose of the Municipal Planning Commission is to act as the subdivision authority for the municipality and decide on applications for subdivisions as the development authority in all matters assigned to it under the land use bylaw by council or referred to it by the development officer, primary in the consideration of discretionary use developments. It is the afternoon of the third Wednesday of the month at 1 p.m. at the County Administration Building. So the actions required are as listed as it can be all members of council as it was. It could be appoint members at large also is just what we went through. So with ASB.
Mr. Chair, I'd make the motion that we stay with all council members as the makeup of the Municipal Planning Commission.
Councilor Gano?
Can you help me, because I'm unfamiliar with this? Well, why you're making that motion, why we all should be involved? I'm not against it, I just would like to better understand.
Mr. Stevens?
I'll give you my thoughts. Some of the most controversial things that we will have to deal with are applications. I mean, we just got an update about a solar project, and these are sort of a lightning rod for the public. And I fully believe that part of our position is being able to communicate to our ratepayers what we can and can't do. And it makes sense to me. There is a lot of training and rules that go into MPC and allowable procedures that everyone will get accustomed to. And it's not quite as cohesive to random members at large. It would be, there would definitely be members at large that would be qualified and do a good job. But I think this has so much voter and election implications that it's in our interest to be on the MPC.
And the reason that I made the motion to answer Councillor Gannon's question is that, so typically when it comes forward, it's going to be something that'll be in your ward. So it's very much different than what you would say in the town, where the town doesn't have a ward system. I think they run with an MPC of 3 people. And then with us, the biggest issue is when there's a development within your ward. I think it's imperative that you are somebody that is very well informed about what's going on, because you will directly get the phone call, as maybe you had some conversation already this morning about.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? The next point of business is appoint a chair with a set term. I call for nominations. First call.
Chair, I'm going to make the motion that Justin Stephen is the chair for MPC for the set term of 1 year.
Sir Stevens, do you accept that?
Reluctantly.
I guess.
Mr. Chair and I will explain a little bit. Typically, I've been the MPC chair. Mr. Stevens has definitely been the vice chair and done a very, very fine job. The fact that I will be the alternate for the Ag Service Board may very well mean that I don't come in for that morning. And so it kind of disrupts the situation. If I miss an MPC meeting, maybe it's not a big deal as a member, but as I miss it as a chair, it does disrupt the meeting very seriously. So, I think it's for the working of the organization and making it harmonious. I think that works best. So.
And ask the second question for nominations. Ask the third for nominations. And nominated by acclamation, so I need to have a
motion that we nominate Justin Stevens as MPC chair by acclamation.
Call the question, all in favor? Okay, appoint a vice chair with a set term. Nominations for vice chair. And I guess, we'd ask people to kind of put in what was burning desires too, so. I know you want to put your hand up, Councillor Stevens, so I can see your lips muttering.
I was going to suggest that for the first year, we roll with an incumbent for this. There is a few meetings you want to get under your belt before. It's highly unlikely that the vice chair would have to step in the first couple of meetings, but I would suggest for this one in particular, you give it a year before new candidates took a stab at it.
So, in case if you,
I will.
I am not being your adult supervision. I am not doing that. Don't even look at me.
I will nominate Reeve Clark.
yeah, I guess it would fall down to that anyhow.
For the reason, Mr. Clark, for the reason that I had said earlier, that if I'm the alternate, I mean, I will commit to coming into the meetings that I need to be here, but if MPC, it's only a 15-minute meeting like it should be by the good chair that it will be there, I'm not sure that that might be on my top priority sometimes.
I'll call for nominations a second time. Call for nominations a third time. So that statement, I guess I'm in by acclamation for vice chair.
I'll make a motion that Reeve Clark is vice chair by acclamation.
Call the question, all in favor? That will be carried. Okay, 6.3 Assessment Review Board, page 26 of the package. Current appointments, we have 3 members at large, clerks assigned, and then how many members from council do we typically have on that? 3? Okay. Yeah, so there's typically
I think last time we had 4.
It does state appoint 4 counselors for the term.
It does require specific training that you have to undertake before you can sit, but
And so, Mr. Chair, if I could talk a little bit about this one. So this does take a little bit extra training to be on the assessment review board, but I am of the belief that education is very important, and I think it is important that each and every one of you avail yourselves to take this course. This is maybe one of the biggest information courses that you will take to understand how we do our taxation, how mill rates work, how everything of the revenue of the county of Stettler works. When you are talking to your ratepayers and understanding why their taxes are the way they are, this is an important course. I still am of the belief that under the elected officials education program, this should be a mandatory course, but I've yet to convince RMA and Alberta Munis that they put this on. However, I still continue to work on that. But this one is such a very important one that I do think if you are not appointed to this, still take the course if you can. It is paid for by the county. It'll be it's not a super intense course, but it is definitely a very informative course.
Councilor Gano?
James, I haven't taken the course, but it sounds like we should. So I agree with council taking the course. Next question is, why is there 4? Do we need that amount?
Michelle?
So on the off chance that the assessment review board does get called, they need to have at least 3 people who are trained as council representatives, and 4 gives you kind of a...
It does have an expiry on training.
It's for a 3-year term.
Councilor Nyberg and I have been through it a couple times together, and it's like you say, it's not in depth, but it is in depth. It covers a lot of.
It has a ton of crossover for MPC decisions. It gives you a good background for that. It will be fruitful when we inevitably get tax forgiveness requests from the public. So it gives you a good baseline of knowledge for multiple different topics besides an appeal.
Councilor Gano?
What has been the frequency of the meetings, if you look back in the last year?
We did not have one last term. We do try hard to work with the assessors and meet with people who do have concerns about their taxes, about what they think is fair, what we think is fair, and why. And sometimes we're able to come to an agreement, and then the assessor will authorize a 305 change on the tax roll. Because of the expense of the board, and just the fact that I think we should be able to sit down with our ratepayers and deal with their concerns, we've been pretty successful. But once in a while, people won't budge, and they have their right to be heard, so we do convene. But I think it's been 8 years since we've actually convened the assessment review board.
Sorry, what was that about? How many?
8 years.
Thank you.
And we're fortunate as a municipality because of the approach we take too, because there's other municipalities that definitely have it more frequently. Councilor Nyberg?
That's what I said. I've been on the assessment review board for 15 years. When I first became a counselor, I chaired that first one, I think, when we had it. And I think there's been one since. In 15 years, you've got two. So. And just by the nature, the second one, being that there's different appointings, you just kind of chair the.
Thank you for that context.
Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that we appoint all four of the new candidates. So Councillor Walker, Councillor Adam, Councillor Gano, and Councillor Hunter.
I have a question on that one, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We have a assessment review board. Are they going to be able to get their training in time?
We can't have a new assessment review complaint until after we issue our next tax notices.
That'd be nice.
We may, so we've got plenty of time to get the training in before that's a possibility.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't have any in the churning in the mix that maybe, I just, if I could, was the one that you were discussing in the morning going to that?
No, the circumstance today is not that event, and I spoke what is not at that stage. It could.
And it's too late for 2025, so
Okay, no,
to do something maybe 2026. So.
so that's good. Then you're good to go. I just wanted to make sure that we were kosher with that.
We have a motion on the table. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried.
You guys have no idea what he just did.
It is good.
It's, yeah.
Learn session on how assessments are done.
We also ensure that you have the right resources if we do have to call one, and all municipalities now have legal sitting at the table with you when the complaints come in. So.
And that is what drives the cost up that we were referring to, and why we try to find a mutually acceptable solution without having these proceed to an assessment review board.
So do we need to appoint a chairperson today, or is that?
They usually do it at each one.
No.
Every.
Yeah, we do actually have to have a sitting chairperson, because that chairperson will then decide, that chairperson is the one who has the authority to decide who presides over each hearing, because not everyone will sit for every hearing. So that chairperson is the one who has the sort of the assignment power, so to speak.
And the chairperson is usually a sitting councilor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we don't typically appoint the members at large because we need, that's going to be more of an administrative conversation kind of thing.
So then sorry, Mr. Chair, if I could,
please.
And do we need to have somebody as the chairperson that has their certificate?
I think we're okay if you appoint one right now, then we can make sure they get their training as quickly as possible.
Who wants to take that on? Wait, Mr. Hunter? I make the motion that Mr. Hunter becomes the chairperson. All you're doing is appointing it.
Okay.
You don't want to get that special power.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried.
Regarding the training, is there anything that you'll look after?
Yeah, Sharon typically lines that one up because she has to redo her clerk stuff at the same time.
Thank you.
And it was, the ones we've went to in the past have all been in Red Deer.
Yeah.
They
They went to a lot of Zoom meeting too.
I'm not sure if it was because of COVID is the reason why mine was exclusively online, but
I believe they all are exclusively online now. The Land and Property Rights Tribunal does almost nothing in person anymore.
Yes, our last one was because that, it was. Okay. So it was online, but you come in and Zoom from the office here, or you could Zoom if you want. But it was kind of some of the topics, it's nice to have the other individuals there to look at each other and say, what did they just say? Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. Oh. Members at large. Okay. Okay, current,
Going to clerk, Michelle and Yvette and Rose,
And I saw the clerk already, so we,
Motion that we appoint those four.
and, any questions, concerns on that? Call the question, all in favor?
And lastly, the members at large.
I'll make the motion that we appoint members at large. Blake Chapman, Harry Brook, Sri Neat.
Nope.
Deer,
Oh, Sean Deere.
Green Eats, Blake Chapman, and Cassidy Cotts.
Sorry, that ended up in a heading.
There, it's just a little tough to follow what steps to take, so just for next time.
Oh, I see, yeah, there it is. It's in red.
Yeah, it's, looks like it got.
Motion that we appoint the following members at large, and how many do we appoint?
All four.
All four. Sean Deere, Sri Neats, Blake Chapman, Cassidy Cats.
Mr. Gallo?
Again, I'll ask, why is there 4?
They like to have an uneven amount, and some members at large aren't available, so we need a pool to pull from.
It doesn't cost us any more to have them unless they sit.
Thank you.
Other than the training.
So if you called, would you call all 4, and could all 4 accept?
We probably start at the beginning. Are you available? Are you available? And go that way. Once we hit probably 3, if we needed it, if all 4 counselors were available, and that's probably what we'd go with.
You, just so I understand, I'm sorry, but you would go through the list and gather a board with who's available. Thank you.
Because if they're all trained, they're all perfectly able to sit. So.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? Carried. The Regional Subdivision and Appeal Board, and their appeals are filed 1 to 4 per year, and it is handled by Parkland Community Planning Services. So,
Yes, it is. If they change their structure at all and eliminate that board, we would have to functionally repatriate that and start doing our own again, or try and partner directly with other municipalities in the area to form a regional one. But at this point, the Parkland Community Planning Services, which is a functionally a municipal cooperative, they maintain that service for us.
Parkland will be out looking for members at large to sit on the subdivision, Regional Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. So if anybody's interested, you can certainly put your name forward, and they pay for all training costs. And they pay you when you sit on the board. This board, I've really enjoyed it. You get guys from all over East Central Alberta, so nobody's looking at you like you have a personal bias. You don't, because usually we only have one representative that may live in the county of Stettler on the board, or we may have none.
Councilor Gallo?
Does the county help in that advertisement?
Yes.
Thank you.
No action required?
Nope, not for this one.
6.5 Weed Control Act Appeal Board, page.
I do think we do have an action. We need to appoint a delegate to that board.
That's later in the meeting. We start with all of our legislative committees first, and then it goes.
Fair enough.
6.5 Weed Control Act Appeal Board, page 28 of the package. And when a weed control notice is issued by weed inspector, the landowner or occupant have an opportunity to appeal as per enabling legislation. And it's infrequently that appeals are filed. And our current appointments are Blake Chapman, Joe Gender, Harry Brook, and Robert Brennan. And the member at large has been advertised. An action required to appoint members at large to the weed control appeal for the term ending the day of October 2026 organizational meeting, in which we have Sean Deere, Sherry Neats, Blake Chapman, and Cassidy Coates. How many members? 4. If the current is 4, is that what we have to appoint to?
Yeah, so this one, we appoint 4, and each appeal would be heard by a panel of 3 of them.
Counselor Stevens?
I'll move that we appoint Sean Deere, Sheree Neitz, Blake Chapman, and Cassidy Cox.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, did we receive any feedback from the current members that they wanted to stay on or not stay on?
Mr. Brook and Mr. Gender have both asked to be taken off committees. I never did get in contact with Mr. Brennan. He never did respond to anything.
Okay.
Okay, so that we have the motion on the table. Any questions? Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. 6.6 Pest Control Act. Pest Control Act Appeal Board, page 28. And there, as per the above, the appeals are filed infrequently. Current appointments are members at large: Blake Chapman, Joe Gender, Harry Brook, and Robert Brennan. We have the same listing of members at large that have put their names forward, and we need to appoint appoint 4 members at large. So in this case here, did those individuals get back to us? Because we have the same listing.
Right, so Mr. Gender wanted off any of the committees?
Mr. Brook.
Mr. Brook, yeah.
Okay. And Rob Brennan is still the same case because it shows action required to appoint members at large as Blake Chapman, Henry.
No.
Yeah.
Apologies, that's copy and paste missed. It's on the previous page, it shows those that submitted interest.
We need 4, so if I can get a motion to place the 4 that have put their names forward. So,
I'll make that motion to appoint members at large to the Weed Control Appeal Board as Blake Chapman, Joe Gender, Harry Brook, and Robert Brennan, with a term ending the day of October 20th.
no, we have to, there was a typo. It's the members at large that were advertised are at,
I'll redo that.
please.
I'll make a motion, the County of Stettler appoint to the Pest Control Act Appeal Board, Sean Deere, Sherry Neitz, Blake Chapman, and Cassidy Coots.
Any questions? Call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. So now we're to the number 7, advisory and external committees. Page 30 is Battle River Research.
Did we do?
Stettler Regional?
Oh, sorry, I 6.7. 6.7, Stettler Regional Emergency Management Agency, page 29 of the package. This board is to help direct the emergency management plan for the Stettler area. Schremer includes County of Stettler, Town of Stettler, Village of Big Valley, Village of Denelda, the summer villages of Roshan Sands and White Sands. And they meet at least once annually for a half-day or full-day meeting. And we need to appoint 2 counselors to the committee and appoint 1 alternate. Janet is interested? Was there any?
I'll go that.
Okay. Is any other interested?
I could.
Okay. So we need 2 counselors to the committee and 1 as alternate. So any others? So in that case, we need to have.
Yeah, if there are only as many interested parties as there are offices, you can do it by simple resolution and just appoint by resolution.
Rock, scissors?
Or are there more than?
Get 3.
Get 3.
Get 2 and our alternate.
Yeah, if there's 3 that actually want to be on the committee, then nominations and a vote would be appropriate.
Okay. Nominations for the 2?
Yeah. So you would have a nomination for the 2 counselors to sit on the committee. Each member voting would get to vote for 2 people on the ballot, and we would count that.
Okay, so call for nominations then, if that's the case, out of the 3 that have put their interest forward.
anyone willing to take
As
the
alternate?
role of alternate of the three that expressed interest? Because we may be able to speed this up.
Alternate.
Okay, we could try this.
And then if that is the case, we have to have a motion to appoint Counselor Adam, and Counselor Hunter. And then a second. Okay, call the question, all in favor? And then call the question.
I'll make a second motion to appoint Counselor Walker as the alternate.
Call the question, all in favor? Okay, carried. Now we are to the advisory and external committees. Should we, is lunch in, or do you know, or?
It's probably pretty close, and this might be a good breaking point.
Also,
10 minutes.
where you and Alan as Reeve and Deputy Reeve?
So we might as well do that in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Not yet until they do the swearing in.
Oh, and they'll be swearing all right.
I don't know why you need to make a ceremony of it. I swear at them all the time, and no one takes pictures.
Swearing at my cows.
Michelle, yeah, thank you.
I swear and truly declare that I will honestly, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute the powers and duties according to the law, the office of Reeve for the county of Stettler, number 6, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Sure, I do that.
I, Alan Gano, swear and surely declare that I will honestly, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute the powers and duties according to the law, the office of Deputy Reeve in the county of Stettler, number 6, so help me God.
Congratulations. Thank you. You sign?
Another pen.
Now we will recess.
Thank you.
we're on to number 7, advisory and external committees, and we're just discussing, we've asked people to go through the list, to, which ones you would like to be on, so as we walk through, then that way we can,
And Andrew's got a spreadsheet up. Can you see it?
On your left screen.
Yeah, the right screen is not, the left screen is.
So,
On
you could go through them all at once and then just make like my favorite type of motion and on motion.
Well, what Yvette is describing is akin to considering a nomination committee under Richard's Rules of Order, and then presenting functionally a nomination report. You could do so, you could recess this meeting to go into committee, and consider that if you wanted to do all of your nominations by report. Otherwise, we can go through an overview and sort of express interest, and then go back over them a second time and actually start assigning through what would functionally be a consent motion. Is council's call how you would like to address that.
I suggest we do a roundtable discussion and come throw it all in here, so it's all at once, save time.
Who's going to be taking notes on the round table
We can do it committee by committee and then just put it into the spreadsheet?
The spreadsheet on your.
Yeah, I think if we walk through it committee, and do our conversations, who's interested? Okay. And if we have more people interested than what there's positions for, then if somebody doesn't, if all 3 have, or 3 for 2 have a burning desire or whatever, then we have to do a nomination or something, or get some straws out here. Yeah,
That's how it's worked best in the past.
yeah.
And if I could, we should make sure and try and share the committees as much as we can when you're thinking about it. It's not good if only a few people are doing all of it.
And there's some that you may have a really burning desire on, and then there's some that there has to be positions on too, and that's just kind of how it works. Past times it was gone through fairly quickly, and at times you didn't have a real chance to realize what a committee might be about until you were actually on it and had your feet more than wet. So, but as we start with the first one, 7.1 Battle River Research Group. That Battle River Research Group, we pulled our supplied member 2 years ago, Yvette?
Just last year. Was
it just last year? Okay. Based on mileage and expenses and what we thought was maybe possibly being value driven out of it, we do get reported back from, I have been approached by their chair, who is the Reeve for the County of Painters, about why, they want us back on there, but on the same sense, it might be one of those spots where we talked earlier about members at large or something like that too, because we do have a very active County of Stettler resident on Battle River that possibly would be interested in putting his name forward for member at large too on ASB.
Somerville?
No, it is Somerville. Actually, Somerville's up there too, and maybe he would be, but Kirk Sorensen.
Of interest, I attended the last meeting here in town, because I had interest in topics. It seemed to be very well organized, and I'm not at all suggesting that we add back on, but I was impressed by the number of people. They came from Tofield, so on. We filled the room at the Egg Building.
Yes, we're still funding it at $10,000 a year.
Yep, we just haven't sent a member to represent us, but we're funding it.
We get the reports, and they still come to a presentation to.
So, for clarification, that meeting you attended, was that one of their workshops?
Yes.
Yeah, it's slightly different than their.
Okay. Sorry, I should have clarified.
And I guess at Battle River, a big piece of what they do is have test plots throughout the individual counties that they deal with. They're based out of Flagstaff County or in Forsberg. So at one point, a lot of their test plots were focused fairly close to home, which you can kind of understand travel and everything else, but for different soil conditions in those pieces, it was, you weren't maybe getting the best representation.
have we given consideration to administration attending those meetings and why?
It was a good request though.
So I sat on that board back many years ago. We actually sent 2 representatives, very costly. The reason we did that was so they could have quorum. They struggled for quite a while. They're a little bit better now. However, for many years, we've been supporting them without having the test plots. And I'm yet to see if we've had some workshops, but I don't know if we had a full out test plot, have we?
I was, Reeve Shoemeister, their chair, told me that there were several plots in County of Stettler. So I didn't.
So in their annual,
when, why?
yeah, their annual report, and I was a member for many years. And anybody here can be a member, and you can go and be a representative for sure. It was $50 a year or whatever. And I still, and by default, I still get the emails. I have not seen one, so that would be something in our annual report that we would check. It was a cost saving measure by our council. We've tried to really examine the amount of boards that we stay on. It's just not only the $275, but it's also the mileage, and then all the other stuff that goes with it. So we had a hard look last budget, I think it was, at where we could, it's just opportunity to look at us doing some cost savings. So that was, I think, more than anything. We wanted to continue to support them, and I think it's 10,001 because we wanted to be Paintearth, but they may have come over now.
I just wanted to share that I believe it was the Battle River Research Group. We've actually moved them to a conditional grant structure for our funding. So they do actually have annual reporting obligations to us now in exchange for that funding, and including they have over the length of a multi-year contract, or over the length of a multi-year period. The contract's only 1 year, but they do have some time to get test plots because they, of course, need to have willing producers provide the land for those test plots.
And Mr. Chair, and to that end too, there's a number of committees that we have done that with, so that it wasn't just us basically cutting a check. We wanted to see an ROI on this stuff. What is the ROI for us at the Battle River Research Group? So it was a conscious decision by council to try and tighten that up.
Likely another day. I'd like to understand how county staff might be interacting in the long term with that research group, and if there's some interactions that maybe they have been. I don't know. And we don't need to get into that today, but I will want to better understand how we're tied in.
Okay.
Okay. I'm okay with us continuing as we are. I don't know if we need a motion. Do we?
Have a motion regarding that, or?
We should probably, just so that because it's in the package, we should probably pass a motion indicating that the County of Stettler will send correspondence to the Battle River Research Group indicating that we'll continue to leave that position vacant.
I'll make that motion, I guess.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That'll be carried. Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan Steering Committee. The Buffalo Lake IDP is an Ackerman Steering Committee reviews, drafts, and revisions to the Buffalo Lake IDP for consideration by each council as a whole. The counties, basically surrounding counties of Lacombe, Camrose, Stettler, and the summer villages of Roshan and White Sands, and they meet once annually for half-day meetings. And there's one representative to that, which has been the lake.
One rep and one alternate.
I would make the motion that Councillor Stevens stays as the Buffalo Lake Management Team appointment. Oh, you're moving ahead of me.
I was
I'm going to make it the goal, so that's okay. Appoint Justin Stevens to the Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan Steering Committee.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
What about an alternate?
There is, this one does, it just bled onto the next page.
This one can meet more than annually if we have development. It's mostly driven by development at Buffalo Lake.
Yeah. Maybe we require an alternate. You're interested in that? Okay. Wait, does anybody else?
I'll make that motion that we appoint Mr. Hunter, Councillor Hunter, to the Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan Steering Committee as an alternate.
No question, all in favor? That'll be carried. Buffalo Lake Management Team is it's one county of Stettler councillor on that. And we have to appoint a representative and an alternate to it also, but
I'll make a motion that Mr. Stevens, I'll make it in one motion that Mr. Stevens and Mr. Hunter stay or are appointed to the Buffalo Lake Management Team as the representative and Mr. Hunter as the alternate.
all the question, all in favor? Okay, Central Alberta Rural Municipalities Association Directors Committee. It has, the current appointments are the Reeve and Deputy Reeve. We meet twice quarterly. Yeah, and then we have the annual, then we have an annual general meeting.
Spring
And fall, so we have the two of them also, so that's where the two came from, and then we meet quarterly. So currently it's the Reeve, Deputy Reeve, and CAO, as typically who's from all Central Zone RMA member municipalities, and our current appointments are that, and the alternate was past Deputy Reeve, which we,
Make the motion.
that doesn't work this time.
Yeah, we'll have to actually appoint an alternate.
Yeah.
Interesting thing to learn.
Councillor Walker would like to make that motion. He's got strong arms. I can't lift him like I did.
Did you make that motion, Councillor Walker? Okay. For Councillor Allen to be alternate?
I'm taking all of it, so.
Okay.
Reeve and Deputy Reeve.
And is Reeve, Deputy Reeve in that motion?
Yes.
Okay, as sitting as members on, okay. Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Committee of the whole is listed, but we did talk about that earlier when we had our two council meetings, but I did talk with Andrew, and he'd like to leave it as part of the flow, but, and I guess still have our representatives in case we have to pull the committee of the whole.
Mr. Chair, so what I would suggest is that we make a motion to keep the committee a whole and the meeting schedule as called by the chair. And that way, if there is something that we would like to discuss outside a regular council meeting, that we could go forward with that.
And all councilors as.
All councilors appointed, the chair being Reeve, but it is a meeting schedule at the call of the chair.
Okay, call the question on that? All in favor? That's carried. County of Stettler Housing Authority is an independent corporation under the authority of the Housing Act to provide seniors and affordable housing. The board is responsible for a $6 million budget. Revenue comes from rent, some provincial funding, and requisitions from all member municipalities. And we supply two councillors onto that.
This is on my first choice list.
Yeah, it's first choice. Who else has got it on there?
I was
There.
on mine.
Now, if
I
I could,
assume our provincial rep is still interested on the local board?
And I would be, yes, thank you.
And that takes.
Mr. Chair, would it, and I apologize for this, as this is me being a little bit self-centered on this one. Could we appoint one representative, then have the second one be by vote?
Or would it be,
Also.
yeah, so
We need
three people
an alternate,
yeah.
but if we went to the vote and I lost, it would be a little tough.
so, what may help this discussion is explain the provincial board and your.
So I, over the years, have been very involved in the housing authority. Housing has been definitely as one councillor called it, my shtick. I have found this board to be very fulfilling as far as understanding what the needs of seniors, what the needs of our affordable housing, and what our needs for community housing. That all said, many years ago, I stepped up to be on a provincial board, and now have on my way through the, as it were, the path to be the president of the provincial board for ASHA, which is Alberta Senior and Community Housing Association. My term will end third year of this term, so I've just finished up my year, started halfway through my second. So, and the only way that I would be able to stay on that board is if I am appointed to the County of Stettler Housing Authority. So.
Conversation to the table, so.
Well, then at least one more spot and a no.
Right. But that's up to council how you.
So, I believe that consistency too of having on a board such as this, there's a very large budget. There's been some things that have went through it, so it is one of those boards that if we can have somebody with experience on it and then bring other people in through the next board position and the alternate.
Especially with his responsibility at the provincial level.
Provincial level, and he does a very honorable job.
Just from an administrative point, has there ever been any discussion about
Big one on the top.
big one?
Yeah, right under your middle finger.
What deck do we already make?
Yes, they're ordered.
So when Gatsby and Botha folded and came back as members to the County of Stettler, the County of Stettler took over all their obligations under boards, including the financing of them. So, and we do have two councillors representing us on the Housing Authority because of our financial contribution, but it hasn't gotten smaller, it's only gotten bigger. Has there ever been any discussion regarding whether we could be entitled to maybe replace the voting board members of Botha and Gatsby with an additional member on the Housing Authority?
Councilor
I did write a report on that. So we're governed by the Housing Act. So we are a little bit, anything that we do, we have a ministerial order that builds our housing management body as it does. When we sent it in, there was no indication that we wanted to change the makeup of the board. The one representative from the town, and then their appointed representatives is non-financial setting, so they're an advisory committee type deal. So we do have a 2-to-1 vote basically on financial matters. That's not been our issue go forward as far as contentious issues. It's just dealing with the day-to-day operations. That's been a little strained. We just hired a new CEO and an assistant to make that happen. So we think we're on the right path. I really truly believe we are. Yet to be seen.
So that question, I guess, did that answer your question, CEO Costney?
I guess so. I mean, the County of Stettler does fund over 66% of the County of Stettler Housing Authority, and we could be outvoted.
And that ministerial order did note that when they did state that we're, with the 2 votes are there. I could talk to the minister again if you want me to, Yvette.
It's up to council, but bringing it to your attention.
I would be hesitant to use that as the precedent that when Gadsby and Botha dissolved, we're entitled to 2 more representatives. Because eventually we could have our entire board on senior housing if that trend continues. So I'm not sure if it's an even 1-to-1 as dissolution happens, because I don't think all of us need to meet at senior housing.
And I will say that I am confident, without trying to sound arrogant or blowing my own horn. I think our views are well represented. I may have a little bit of influence on the doesn't.
Okay, so on a step forward though, Counselor Stevens?
Our nomination committee finds it acceptable. I would make the motion that Councillor Nyberg remains as a representative and let that play out. And then we could have a vote for the other two people that are interested, because I do believe that there's a ton of value. That committee did go through some turmoil, and it sounds like we're on the right side of things now. But I think for the effort of continuity, that should be a separate motion.
So there would be first motion for Counselor Nyberg. Is there questions, concerns on that? Call the question, all in favor? That is carried. And then nominations for,
Unless one of the two is willing to accept the position of alternate, I would suggest that we just skip right to a vote, and whoever wins is the next rep, and whoever comes in second is the alternate.
We should get nominations though.
I'll make I'll nominate both parties for that, Mr. or Counselor. Well, sorry, I'm going to call you Mr.
separate nominations.
Yeah, you can only nominate as many positions as there are. One person.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'll nominate for one position and Mr. Walker, Counselor Walker forward.
I'll nominate Councillor Adam.
Any other nominations? Any other nominations? So we can.
Now we can do a vote.
Thank you.
Loser gets alternate.
Second place.
In this case, everyone wins. Think of it as that way. And Nikki made it, so I don't even make you guys spell.
We have a lot of four-letter last names. We should be able to piece this together.
Back to my maiden name.
Wait for the count.
You need two papers. That's
There is some other committees like that, so I guess we should discuss that at the start.
well, you can see my list.
Yeah.
Mine's all like.
Yeah, but I mean the ones where there's people that have been, if there's been turmoil and there could be value to keep one of the, at least one of the permanent ones on, and one.
I think one of the three of us will speak up at that point. And
You betcha. No, and I think you need to bring your name out and we.
Oh, I'm putting my name out. Not a very good silent partner.
Need to be silent word. That's the whole purpose.
So Councillor Walker is the successful candidate.
Then alternate would be Councillor Adam.
And I will try and bring both of you up to speed of the last couple of minutes.
So do we have to?
We do need a vote.
I will move that we ratify Councillor Walker, or appoint Councillor Walker as the second candidate, and Councillor Adam as the alternate.
On the land, County of Stettler Housing Authority. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. County of Stettler Land LUB and MDP, so land use bylaw and municipal. Municipal development plan, I had that, but even that document had thrown me off. We have 3 councillors and 3 members at large. And the current members at large, have they not expired yet?
If I may, Mr. Teal has requested that we remain in continuity with those because they got so far in the process, and all 3 did reconfirm.
Okay, so then we need to appoint 3 representatives to the steering committee from council then.
So I'll make the motion that we appoint the 3 members at large, Blake Chapman, Ross Shearsmith, and Rob Somerville, to the County Stettler LUB MDP steering. Stay quick enough, you won't lose.
Questions, comments? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Then we need 3 councils.
So,
How was the lists on that, people that were?
so I think the MPC chair should be on there, for sure.
And anybody else, was their names?
It was Ernie and, I think it was.
Mr. Grover and yourself, Mr. Grover.
So, you put your name for it, or Councilor Gano, pardon me?
What's this all include?
It's land use bylaw and the, and, yeah.
I can maybe give a bit more background. This is actually quite a significant committee. So the land use bylaw and the municipal development plan are our 2 most important bylaws as it relates to land use planning. It is what dictates across the board how this council wants the county to evolve physically. And it sets the rules for what your neighbors and residents can do on their property. So these are substantial bylaws. It is a substantial amount of work. It does take quite a lot of reading, quite a lot of open house public engagement. Of course, the recommendations of this committee will come back to the full council. This is not something that the committee will approve directly. They will make a recommendation. This is the first time we've updated these documents in about 15 years on a substantial scale like this. So this will be a full repeal and replace of each bylaw. So this is a quite a significant committee. It doesn't normally sit outside of this process. Once this is done, it will fall off the organizational meeting by the end of this term, and you won't be appointing people to it until, another 10, 15 years have passed. But it is a good chunk of time.
So if I could, Mr. Chair, and I'm not to make light of it, this is one that like Mr. Grishak has said, don't think that this is a slight committee. This committee is going to take a lot of work because it may be one of the most intense committees for a short period of time that you will be on. So this is not something that I would take and say that it's not just a slam dunk. So.
With somewhat broad ramifications, it has aspects of economic development. It has aspects of red tape reduction. The more allowable uses and the less discretionary or variances, the quicker the timeframes, the less applications would come to MPC because our staff would just be able to check the boxes and verify if it falls into our stated parameters.
Statutory plans is the biggest statutory plan that the county of Stettler has, and it runs what we do every single day.
Would it be worthwhile having some continuity on this one since it's halfway through? Would it make sense to have the one member that was on the previous committee still on the committee? Level-headed.
I was talking about just
Would you accept the position?
I would.
Well, if there's no other burning desire, then I'll move that we place Councillor Nyberg, Councillor Hunter, and Councillor Gano.
If I could, I would strongly suggest that the MPC chair sits on there for the reason that's where I was as that individual, because the intricacy of working between the two of those is very strong. Just as a note from outside looking at I know that puts.
I'm good either way. I honestly view MPC chairs largely a figurehead role that organizes the meeting.
You were so in trouble.
I'm willing to go back on you.
Okay, so is that still, that works now?
As long as somebody would like to state the motion as it exists.
I'll make the motion that we appoint Councillor Stevens, Councillor Hunter, and myself to the County Stettler LUB MDP steering committee.
I have removed my motion.
Of course he has. He knows better.
And we will all be seeing very big parts, so this is, it goes through.
And this is just the steering committee. Nothing makes decisions other than gets it back.
Okay, if that's, any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.8, Health Professionals Attraction and Retention Committee. This has been basically the doctor committee. Councillor Stevens and myself have been the reps on that. We're to the point now where we're still looking for 3 replacement doctors, which we've got, I guess, 2, or are we looking for 2, would you consider it? With Dr.
Currently, we're good. There will be 2 in the relatively short term. I envision this term municipally, we will likely have to replace at least 2.
We're waiting for also though for 1 that
2 are going through their Canadian equivalency testing right now, so we may have 2 currently residing in our community on the batter's deck, so to speak.
And with that, I would suggest that one of the incumbents stays on it, for sure.
Not both.
Well, both could, but you know, we do sit at the table, but I mean, it's.
Mr. Chair, I think this is another one that is, has gained some good traction, and I do think it should stay as it is. I think it was yourself and Mr. Stevens that kind of spearheaded that, and I think that should stay the way that it's going because we have made some great strides, and for us to make any changes in there may hinder the process.
Councillor Gano?
Could we keep 1 and introduce a new councillor? Would that be considered?
Well, and I will, I guess maybe I'll explain a little bit more of where it was at. The Reeve sat as that. If the Reeve was a different individual, that may have been different scenario. The Reeve that position comes with a certain commitment to the committee. And second, Mr. Stevens has been very active and done a ton of legwork in that committees.
In the effort of fairness, I think we do have to get some new councillors on these committees and get them up to speed and familiar with the broad strokes. So I would be willing to give up my spot if there was a new candidate that was interested in that second.
For the record, I think that's a mistake on the county's part. Many of you know that his fine wife is a nurse. He's very connected with the healthcare side of things, and I think that I'm not trying to blow sunshine, but I do believe this is one of those committees strongly that it should stay with those 2.
This year should summarize, should finalize the replacements as we sit though. And then it would be on more of a future replacements and retention.
It'll be transitioning to retention and more of a long term. The way we've characterized it as the crisis is over. But we, part of the feeling of the committee and our past council was we did not want to ever disband this committee or let off the gas. Frankly, that's part of how we got to the situation we were in. We got comfortable with
the doctor level we were at and removed all emphasis. And us as well as our partners were slow to react to the crisis that was coming our way.
That is a one-year term on this also, or what was the term condition?
So the terms of reference requested a 2-year term, but I don't think the municipalities have typically adhered to that because we typically do annual appointments. But I think they've basically just asked, because there's a bunch of other members to this committee, including clinic staff and AHS staff and stuff, that they wanted some continuity there, and that they were trying to stagger replacement so that you didn't ever lose that momentum that they were talking about.
And if I was correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Stevens, this is just stood up in its first year only, correct? This the current situation that we have is just stood up.
The current form of the committee is, I think,
Less than a year old, yeah. So I would think that if we went for the next year and continued this, that would help with the 2-year term. And then after that, especially on the retention, because I think this is going to continue to go forward, I would at that point be definitely saying that there should be some change in there.
And throughout this, we've never stepped away from the table. The county of Stettler has always been at the table. For a period of time, we were the
only ones,
only municipality for well over
3
years.
The only funding
on it. So it is I would like to get to the point, and especially too, we were looking at appointing the director or the coordinator, but we need to get budgets and stuff in place on that too. So I would very much appreciate if we could keep it as it is and get through this year, and then have a very firm, good conversation on it at the end of this year, or the end of this organizational meeting year, and in order to go forward with it.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to move us forward, that we continue with the 2 representatives being Councillor Stevens and Councillor Clark.
Do we have an alternate on this one?
No, I would put myself in for an alternate if you guys are interested.
We got it in the notes to have an alternate.
So then we'll make that appointment, and then the alternate can be with.
Had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. Reeve, before the motion was made, that, you can go to a nomination as well and, let the vote sort it out. We were talking about it for a long time, so that was going to be my interjection.
Well, it's the way we're rolling forward on this, and this has been a very much a community concern. And it's just, we're so close to, well, I don't think we'll ever be done on it, but we're so close to having a system in place. We have the motion on the table. Other questions?
Sorry, I'm not sure of the motion now.
It is just for the 2 members to remain as they currently are, so Mr. Clark and Mr. Stevens.
And Councillor Adam as an alternate.
But no, that's not a part of the motion.
Oh, okay.
My motion will be to go forward. We'll talk about the alternate afterwards.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
And now I think we have 2 people, Mr. Chair, that would like to put their name
Alternate. We have Councillor Adams and.
I got the feeling Mr. Gano. Oh, my apologies. I was thinking that you would want to be there. So I'll make the motion that we appoint Councillor Adam to the alternate in healthcare professional attraction and retention.
Call the question, all in favor?
That was my bad. I was thinking that you guys would.
I was reading in between the lines the same way as you were.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
And yes, and that's, as this comes up yearly, then through reports and the other pieces, especially if there's a chance to be there as the alternate, then a person sees at the table. Heartland Regional Fire Steering Committee. The county proposes to establish a fire commission for the region. The steering committee efforts guides those efforts and will form the initial board of directors for commission once established. The committee operates by consensus. However, the board of directors for the commission will act in a full voting capacity. And as it was proposed, it was 3 counselors from the county, 1 counselor from each of the villages, which would be another 2. And then Summer Villages is 2, so there's that 4 in total. Meeting schedule is needed, but if it is set up, it would be quarterly. So our action is to appoint 3 representatives to the Heartland Regional Fire Steering Committee.
This one will be a fairly good one because you're going to be standing up a new committee, which is actually kind of cool for anybody that's new. I think it's definitely something that will be an exciting committee to get into.
Just
Not interested.
just at a high level, the one introductory meeting that we had, there was some discussion about adding a member at large to this fire commission once it is operational. The logistics of setting up a commission made it far easier to get the commission started and then let the commission make the decision about adding a member at large. So just so you know in the back of your mind, that may slightly change.
And who is that on this committee currently?
It was a different committee because it was with the town of Stettler. And like when we were regional, and it was Paul and Ernie, and then I would sit there ex officio because the town would have 3 there.
Okay. Clarify a little bit. So yeah, there was a fire advisory commission under the old setup, and that was Paul and Ernie. But then as well, the Heartland Regional Fire Steering Committee work has been done by what we call the Fire Transition Committee, which was Reeve Clark, Councillor Stevens, and Councillor Nyberg. I have split this in this organizational meeting from the Transition Committee, so that's later on in the package to appoint the Transition Committee to wrap up the partnership with the town over the next few months. But this one will be the one setting the direction for the new commission.
I have, I'll declare I've got strong interest in.
I do too.
Mr. Stevens, do you want to sit on this one?
Just looking at the count, I think I should maybe ease up on some committees here.
I could put my name forward.
Anybody else have a burning desire? Okay, I'll make the motion that our 3 appointed representatives are Councillor Hunter, Gano, and Adam, the Heartland Regional Fire Steering Committee.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Village and Summer Village Intermunicipal Development Plan Committees, page 34 of the package.
Mr. Chairman, we no longer have IDPs with Summer Villages. The Buffalo Lake IDP is our only governing IDP.
That's right.
So we'll be looking for representatives for Big Valley and Denalda.
And Mr. Reeve, typically we
Stettler, sorry.
Stettler actually I don't know why I've got them separate.
Okay.
I think it's a different vote count. For Denalda and Big Valley, typically it has been the area councillor together with the MPC chair and the Reeve.
So it's sort of a default position.
So there would be the one for Denalda, the one for Big Valley. And
that's it now.
Mr. Chair, I'd make that motion that the Intermunicipal Development Plan Committee stay with the area councillor, the Municipal Planning Commission chairperson, and then the Reeve. So in Denalda, Councillor Adam, and in Big Valley, Councillor.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? Carried. Intermunicipal Collaborative Framework Committee.
So this is very similar. We do have to have ICFs with each of our urban municipal neighbors. We've got, for the town ICF, it's 2 appointees, and for the village ICFs, it's just 1 appointee. So typically it has been the area councillor together with the Reeve for the town, so the Stettler ward councillor. And then for the villages and Summer Villages, it's just been the Reeve, because typically they appoint their mayor. And then the alternate for all of those has typically been the deputy reeve.
I'll
That's
make
good.
a motion that we keep the current format, I guess, and would be, so for the town, it would be myself. For the village and summer village would be Justin, I assume, is that right?
The town would be yourself and Councillor Nyberg, as you both border
Okay.
the town, and then the reeve, I guess.
But we only have one there.
Yeah, we've only got one spot for a counselor. It's always typically been the Stettler ward counselor.
Two?
Yeah, area counselor and
I'm
reeve.
very much okay with that.
Okay.
Counselor Young and Reeve Clark take that on.
Okay, so the motion would be for the town, would be myself and Reeve Clark. For the summer villages, it would be Councillor Stevens and Reeve Clark.
For the villages and summer villages, we only have one appointee because they're so small. If their councils are 3-member councils, so if they appointed 2 to match our 2, they'd have a quorum of their council there, and it starts to get messy.
Typically is the reeve on that one. Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, no, it does work.
We haven't done much with it.
We haven't did a lot with it, but,
Should we start over?
No, you're good.
All right.
you're good?
Might as well make it with the alternate being deputy reeve too as well. Make it all in one motion.
Was that gonna work with the town if I'm the rep and also the deputy?
But I was thinking for the alternate for the summer villages, yeah.
So I would,
You might want to do this in 2 motions.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Michelle's head is gonna blow here.
Might even need 3.
So the town,
Couldn't even get through the first person.
okay, so we'll do the town one
The town
first.
Stettler, please.
yes.
All right. For the town, the motion is that myself and Reeve Clark and an alternate, James Nyberg, will take this on.
Perfect.
All question, all in favor?
And for the village, that it would be this Reeve Clark,
Yes, and then we need an alternate on that, and it's deputy
and
reeve.
that would
Yeah.
be myself as the
You're, CEO Casti, you look,
Would you rather put someone else rather than the deputy reeve?
And don't take this it's just that the area counselor sometimes has a little more information as to what's happening in the area. So
Alternate should be,
Councillor Adam and Councillor Hunter.
And Councillor Stevens in the case of this.
Right, yeah.
I never talked to the mayors of the summer villages.
Yeah, of course you don't, yes.
they'd be well informed. Okay, call that question, all in favor? Okay. Parkland Community Planning Services, this is what you said we'd be coming back to. We need to have one representative to the Parkland Regional Planning Services membership, which is that co-op basically of.
Yeah, so it's a not-for-profit that we're a member of. Municipalities are the membership of that. We get to participate in the general meetings with an appointed representative. However, this appointed representative should probably be prepared to be asked to be on the executive committee as one of the larger municipalities involved in this cooperative.
And Parkland Community Planning is going through some major changes, and I think that the existing member that we've had on this board has provided a substantial amount of leadership. And seeing that they're in the tenuous spot that they're in, there may be some benefit of having that member remain.
And that is, Councillor Nyberg is on there.
This is, nominate him when he can't back away.
That's from Councillor Walker. Councillor Walker nominated him. All the question, all in favor? He's did that before too, so.
To accept the nomination.
But
That was by resolution, so he's appointed. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Don't think I didn't hear that.
Okay, Stettler Public Library.
I'm gonna remove myself here.
Counselor.
I would just say, sorry, I did want to speak to that. If we could split this specifically, discuss the council representative first and then discuss the members at large, so that Councillor Gano can participate in the appointment of the councillor.
There is one item that we wanted to bring forward is last year, if I don't know if you remember, but we ran into a problem with Les. He had been on the library board for 3 terms and they were.
This was the
Parkland, and they, so I know that our members at large have been there, I think all of them have been there for 3-4 terms. And I'm just wondering if we're going to run into that same problem.
Can we reappoint Les to this one? As a different position, as a different.
Councillor, if we can, but that Councillor Gano can keep his pecuniary interest separate, but still participate fully for what he is.
House is one of the members.
Oh, it is on one of my notes.
So, Councillor Adam, are you interested in this one?
Yeah.
Does there anybody else have a burning desire for this one? Mr. Stevens?
I don't want to get greedy with my committee load here.
I know, but I mean, really. I would make the motion that we appoint Councillor Adam to the Stettler Public Library as a council representative, County of Stettler.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Do we need an alternate?
No, the Libraries Act does not allow for an alternate. So now if we move on to the member at large discussion, Councillor Gano can recuse himself.
So it says in the Libraries Act that they restrict members to 3 consecutive terms, and I'll probably get shot because I think Jane's the chair, but I'm just wondering if we're going to run into a problem where if we try to reappoint, they're going to throw it back at us like they did.
And not just with one,
With all 3 of them, yeah. 4, yeah. I don't know about Benjamin. I think he's only been on there for a couple of years, but.
So the challenge with this one is the wording in the act, and I apologize because I do see I have a typo in there that it said more than 3 consecutive years. It's 3 consecutive terms. However, our act the Libraries Act is silly. It has never been updated from when the MGA moved to 4-year terms. It is still 3-year terms. So typically in the course of a council term, each library member at large will have a 3-year term and a 1-year term. So we have functionally, I think, exhausted. So I should double check the legislation.
So if you were in for 3 terms, you'd actually be in for 4 terms. Or like if you're in.
Payback.
The same member at large are on this.
Whoever most gets this.
Few.
Yeah, but they're because their names are forward. That's who puts. Yeah.
Yeah. These are the
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah. But they all submitted. They also.
That was, so we appointed him to Parkland and they operate under the same act. Then they got a hold of us and said no.
So there was an added clause, I remember, that if you wanted to go past 3 terms, it had to be unanimous?
No, at 2/3.
2/3 of municipal council must pass a special resolution to reappoint the member.
Yeah, so if we did this, it would have to.
We could reappoint these folks. However, it would have to be by 2/3 majority of this board.
This is a tough one because we do have some interest. So we could put 3 new members or 4 new members at large. Oh,
Both Barb and Jane have been
Barb
on.
and Jane have been on. Blake has been on since he got off council. Yeah.
It's been 10 years that I've been on the library board.
And Blake went on when Ernie went on council. Ernie's been 12 years. Yeah. So they've been around for a while.
Same with Ben has been on as long as I've been on.
And on this one?
Yeah. So. Yeah. So Parkland, when they said no to us on Les, like virtually that position sat empty for what, 2 months? Because we had to advertise to try and find someone to take the place.
That was interview. That was his representative's position on the executive committee. And so, yeah, that's all parkland bylaws as opposed to the Libraries Act. The Libraries Act is just, it does specifically say so that a member of a municipal board is eligible to be reappointed for only 2 additional consecutive terms of office, unless at least 2/3 of the whole council of the municipality passes a resolution stating that the member may be appointed for more than 3 consecutive terms. And if you listen very closely to Alethea on Monday, she highlighted an instance where the wording of whole council is unique. That is a 2/3 majority of the whole of council, not the quorum.
But if we were unanimous here, we would cover it.
If you're unanimous, you'd cover it. And I think even if you had, I think 5 out of 7 still covers us here.
So those are, it's our job to bring the red flags forward, so that's the red flags with the.
This one is a little bit tougher, Mr. Chair. Where do we end up with? Jane is currently the chairperson, chair individual.
And Blake and Barb, and Ben provide,
Like what I started, no?
but,
They'd all be over?
oh, yeah.
So is it consecutive years?
Consecutive terms.
So if we had, and how long is this term for?
It can be up to 3 years. We recommend 3 years now and then 1 year, 3 years from now. It's typically how we've done it.
So we have 4 member-at-large positions and 9 people interested?
Yeah.
The problem with the 4 that are there, they are actually all past their term limit.
So we could go with 4 brand new ones. And.
Not done yet.
And we could, we could go with 4 brand new ones, or we could pass a unanimous vote to reinstate the 4 existing ones.
I think we need to switch something.
Or do you start a staggered, but how do
That's
you,
what I'm saying, do the staggered.
how do you pick who's the staggered one?
I'm hesitant to make wholesale change, to leave some continuity. But then it gets tricky because having never actually sat on that board, because our last counselor was a very high level of commitment, no one else has ever went. It's kind of a stab in the dark who brought the most value.
But, Andrew, you sat on the library board, did you not? Or not Parkland, though?
Not Parkland.
I sat on both.
You sat on Parkland, too? Okay.
And as part of your appointment, you will go to the Parkland one, typically, for us.
I have kept it separate because you don't have to do that.
But that's what we have typically done. So I sat on both of those boards back many years ago. So, I'll be honest, this one is I agree with Mr. Stevens that we should stagger it, Mr. Clark. The only thing is, who do you?
Names in a hat, pull up whoever comes out of the hat.
That might be the best.
Because you don't want to slight any of the people because they've all did a very committed job.
And when it comes to volunteers like this, it's a tough one. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we take a brief recess and try to determine who would be the names that we put forward. Can we do that out? Because I don't want to
Just suggest that we move into camera under confidential evaluations, because you are effectively now evaluating
That's what I'll
candidates.
go into camera.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? And that's carried.
online.
Forward.
Motion for, where
Mike's on?
Yours is, yeah.
Mike's on? Motion for our member at large being Benjamin Ayutes, Cassidy Coots, Cherie Neitz, and Harry Brooke,
That's for the Stettler Public Library.
the Public Library.
Okay, call a question, all in favor? That's carried. Ooh,
Yeah, moment for
can we take a,
to rejoin.
does anybody need a comfort break?
I would greatly appreciate that. I gotta
We
make
could just, let's try to maintain 5 minutes. Parkland Regional Library System.
In Parkland, it's a intermunicipal, or not intermunicipal, it's a library system which provides for resources for all the libraries in our area, and we are a member. Typically, in the past, we have appointed the same representative to Parkland as we have to the Stettler Public Library. Unlike Stettler Public Library, this one does require an alternate, but you are not bound to appoint the same person as Stettler Public Library. It's just a normal fit.
I assume you would be interested? Anybody else interested in the alternate on this board? I'll move that we appoint Councillor Adam as our representative and Councillor Walker as the alternate to Parkland Regional Library.
Call the question, all in favor? That'll be carried. County of Stettler Recreation Board. County of Stettler is one member on it.
You want to keep Mr., are you on there?
I am.
Okay, I'd make them.
Yeah, there's two of us already on it, but I'm with the egg on there.
Okay, so.
Were you gonna acknowledge Miss Adams' other interest in the report?
If you're already there, then we'll send.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she can remain in her other avenue.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Andrew.
So,
Down.
yeah, while there's not necessarily a direct pecuniary interest issue there, there may be a regular conflict of interest to both be a county councillor and serve on a board that we're doing the funding for.
Am I to go out or to remain?
I would suggest it would definitely be cleaner if you didn't represent the Egg Society on there.
You don't have to leave the room.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm just talking about the actual appointments, right? It would make more sense potentially for, it's tough to be wearing two hats is basically the.
I agree.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Councillor Stevens to the County Stettler Recreation Board.
I'll accept that as long as there's no one else interested, but I would gladly give up this spot too.
You do such a good job.
And desire.
You're perfect at it.
Since, you have kids young enough to actually enjoy recreation.
Call the question, all in favor?
And an alternate for that board.
We need an alternate for that.
I make the motion that Councillor Hunter.
And we'll call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Red Deer River Municipal Users Group, page 37 of the package.
Is that the one, Larry, that you're on involved quite a bit?
No, Shirley McCall, that is. Red Deer River Users Group is the water coming.
This is the one in Drumheller.
Yes.
So would that be, speaking out of turn here, does that make sense for me to be on it?
You are,
I'd like to be on it.
I'm the closest.
So it is. Goes right by my place.
So Les, just if I could, Mr. Chair, Les was on it last time because he had the most water lines utilizing.
Okay.
So that's why we had done it in that way. Are you
okay?
Your point, it doesn't make sense for Janet and I to travel across the entire distance of the county and then go to Drum.
But on that same sense, do you want to put your name forward too and have a vote, or do you want to, or
You want to do it? Okay, and I'll back off.
Do you want to make the motion?
Oh.
I'll make a motion that Councillor Walker goes on that board.
Red Deer River Municipal Users Group? Call the question, all in favor? Okay, then we are to Shirley McCall Regional Water Services Group. And that's,
The Shirley McClellan is one of the cooler things we get to be part of. I see I have to update it because we no longer have 14 member municipalities because Halkirk dissolved. It's 13 now. But we, through the Shirley-McClellan, and the county is the administrating body of the Shirley-McClellan. We're basically hired by contract to do all of their admin as well as all of their operations in 2 separate contracts. And we provide water, by the end of next year, should be all the way to the Saskatchewan border, which is real cool, right out of the Red Deer River, and we'll go as far north as Balf. Right now, we go as far south as Big Valley, although especially Starland regularly bothers us about going further south with it, because they want some water on the sort of the west side of their county. And we do generally, whether the County of Stettler appointee is a chair or vice chair or not, we'll typically ask that board to give them signing authority, because it makes our life a lot easier with members all the way out to veteran and consort. Having those guys as the chairs or the only signers is very difficult because we have to get them in a lot, and that's a long drive.
I am the member on that, and I've been the chair of it for
4 years. Only been 4 or 6.
6 years, I believe. Yeah, I think Mark was the first 2 years.
Yeah.
Are you wanting to continue on that one?
Yes, I do. I'm part of that, and my water comes off a part of that. Plus, I've been very involved in the projects that are going forward off of that line, and we're getting very close to build out. Yeah, if that's.
I think that makes sense, given your background in water lines and water co-ops. Is there anyone else that has an interest? Because we do require an alternate as well.
I've got interest in being alternate.
Well, I will move that we appoint Reeve Clark as the representative and Councillor Gano as the alternate.
All the question, all in favor? That's carried. Stettler Airport Committee, page 38 of the package. This is the liaison committee between County Town and Stettler Flying Club. Do they meet up to, is it 6 times a year, Councillor Nyberg?
Maybe a little bit more, but it's a noon hour meeting. So, and I have sat on this committee for a while. We don't really have any voting. It's just a liaison situation where the town runs the airport, and then I basically told them if they needed us to come back, I would come, and they would invite me. And so we just left it at that. So, yeah.
I do question why we are sending reps if they're not voting members. That a liaison is sort of an expensive coffee date, really. Is there anything I'm missing on that as a former?
I think you are. And from administration, like we did go through that paving project.
Yeah, so one of the intermunicipal agreements that are on the horizon likely is the Stettler Airport itself between the county and the town. While this committee doesn't currently have a place in that negotiation, it's entirely possible that agreement does try to set out a governance model or some way to make decisions or representation. I'm not sure. I'm literally just speculating here. So it may become more relevant by the next organizational meeting. But out of our last couple of joint meetings, we have sort of indicated that we wanted to develop a master plan, or not master plan. They did an operations plan, and that we would talk a little bit more about codifying the relationship we have on that, because at present we do provide some limited funding, and then we do major funding with capital as an equal partner, but there is no agreement governing any of that, so their expectations aren't well established.
In one of our past joint meetings, we had a slight disagreement on how the paving contract was managed in a couple different aspects. And it was made abundantly clear to us that legally, the town was the management body by their staff. Well, if they didn't value our input, and legally it's theirs, I'm of the mindset that we don't send a rep. If they wish for us to be a part of the decision-making and give us some voting power and some input, then yeah, I think there would be value. But I think it is incumbent, based on that past joint meeting, if they didn't value our opinion then why would we pay someone to go? And perhaps this is the signal where they would extend the olive branch back and say, you know what, it makes sense. If we're going to jointly fund something, we should jointly manage it. If not, then they can carry on as they wish.
And to the end, so the airport is in my ward, and that was why I've typically sat on that. And I'm not sure if that was how it was previous to me too, but that was, it was because it was in my ward. That's why we were there. I don't think there's a real, if we're looking at one to strike from the committees, I think it's a pretty good one to strike from the committee. And I would not be disappointed.
Is there a cost for this airport to the county?
Yes, there is. There's still a small cost. So, so we tax the improvements of basically the hangars or storage facilities, which most of them are at the Stettler Airport. We don't own the land, the town does, so then the town taxes the land. It's almost like taxing a mobile home. So from that taxation, and we do have difficulty getting it paid, sometimes because we have nothing to hold over their head because we don't own the land, or they don't own the land. So we were getting around 4,500. I think in the last few years it's gone up with tax increases and assessment growth. So it's pegged now at about 6,700. At the last joint meeting, they asked if we would distribute all that funding to them, which I think council agreed to. I have to bring a motion to the next council meeting to see whether or not council agrees to it. And so right now it would be $6,700 roughly a year that we would be funding them.
Just if I could, it's not really a funding, it's an in and out.
Basically, yeah.
When to say, is there a cost to us? It's a straight in and out. It's not like other.
We could take that tax revenue and put it to other purposes.
Go ahead, his hand up too, Councillor Stevens, so Councillor Gano.
If we remove this from the list, there's nothing precluding us a year down the road of adding it back in.
That's the direction I was going. I would sooner leave this position vacant than formally roll up the committee. We both have new councils. Who knows what could change, right?
So if you were going that way, and like I have been appointed in the last term, and the last year I was appointed to that one, but I went completely on a liaison position. So when invited, only on special, and I made that fairly clear that I wasn't going. I did not go to 6 meetings last year. I haven't been to the last 2 because there's been nothing pertinent to go to. I do think they need a contact person, but that contact person can just as easily be administration wise. It doesn't cost us anything to appoint somebody, but like I said, I don't have a burning desire. However, I would be appointed just because I've been there in the past, or I've taken appointment. So to answer the question of cost, it doesn't cost us if we don't go, and it doesn't cost us anything to appoint somebody.
I agree with you about cost. I still believe the same thing, that leaving it vacant sends a message.
Yeah, fair enough.
At any point, we could send a representative in the future if there was a burning desire, but I think we leave it vacant for now and see what the response is.
I think we can always send the chair of the MPC.
Yep, agree with that. Okay. So is that a motion then?
I'll move that we leave our Stettler Airport Committee representative vacant at this time.
Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. 7.19, Stettler Board of Trade, page 38 of the package.
I have some interest in this.
We haven't had somebody sitting on there.
So again, Mr. Chair, I have been that liaison person that has sat on that. And very similar to that, as a non-voting member, I would show up and basically be the liaison if there was something that was pertinent that they needed to know. So some of the things that we had some major developments going on in our area, I would update them of what I could. And again, no cost to us to be there, but again, no, it's on invitation. It's very much like the airport situation as well as that liaison position, not really voting members.
Was that the Board of Trade or was that the Stettler Community Economic Development Committee?
I think it was both that we did that on.
This one,
just maybe had a comment to that.
I was just going to elaborate that this is similar to the airport in that we don't have an established relationship with the Board of Trade, or not one in an agreement anyways. In recent years, the county has largely not participated in that except on a project-by-project basis. And so I think that's why we've typically have this sort of nebulous representation on there if we were to firm up that relationship, especially with any further funding commitments. At that point, I would say that ingraining that in an agreement again would establish expectations and speak to the governance.
And just to clarify to Mr. Clark's question, the Stettler Community Economic Development Committee is an ad hoc committee within the town of Stettler that was made up, I think, of 3 councillors at the time. I used to go to that one as well as a liaison position, just on an invite basis as well there too. Seem to do that a lot.
Councillor Stevens?
this one I think is slightly different, despite it's technically just a liaison position from what we just discussed. Because members of the Board of Trade have spoke to some of the incumbents on council about would we be interested in being more involved with the Board of Trade. And it also came up at our past joint meeting. So I would be comfortable nursing this one along, because if we sent a board member, it opens up that avenue for conversation. And if at our next joint council meeting, there was something more set in stone in what they want to see for involvement, we would have a more informed decision by having a rep kind of up to speed. So I would be comfortable sending someone for the time being.
So, Mr. Chair, and I think Mr. Stevens has, he does the Big Night Classic. He's quite involved with it. I think his business also sits as a rep there as well. No, you haven't? Okay. So you have sat there, though, at some of the meetings through the Big Night Classic?
Yeah, that wasn't Board of Trade meetings. That's a subcommittee. I would suggest that, given they only meet at noon, schedule-wise, this is one of the tougher ones for me to make.
I think we should appoint you. I have no issue with this. I have, again, no burning desire to be on this one anymore. As I said in the past, it has been a liaison position. The current director and myself have been friends for a long time, and we were trying to move a few things forward. Didn't necessarily go all the way we wanted. I think we do have some stuff moving forward within the county on an economic dashboard that we're trying to work forward with, and all of council will get a little bit more information on that later. However, at this point, yeah, I'm agnostic to which way we go on it.
I had been invited by one of the board executive to come and just sit through 2 or 3 of them on a non-committal type. I would do that. I would do that even like just as going and sitting there at dinner and listening to what they have to say at a no charge thing. Just because with our dashboard, et cetera, we've had a lot of discussions at the table where economic development is between the two municipalities of the county and the town. But to bring that back, it's not to take a full-time position on, but I would certainly do that. It's I sit on another board with this individual that asked if I would, and I said I would bring it to the council table just to go there as a information.
Mr. Chair and Janet, if you're okay with this, I'll appoint the Reeve to go on a invitation basis to this one.
It's not, I'm not his board, but.
Are we talking about the Stettler Committee Economic or the Stettler Board of Trade?
It'd be the board of trade.
Because you're mentioning the economic side.
Okay, they're tied so closely together, but, and economics is a lot that I'm funding for the Board of Trade too, so.
Yeah, I'll just clarify the difference. The Board of Trade does handle both the Chamber of Commerce type stuff as well as economic development stuff for the town of Stettler, and its board is made up of primarily business owners in town, people who have business licenses, whereas the Stettler Community, which is largely Economic Development Committee, that's basically just a subcommittee of the town of Stettler Council. It operates more like a think tank than anything and just gives some recommendations back to the town council, but they've invited us where there have been projects of mutual interest that they were discussing.
And if I could,
The other Board of Trade is funded and managed and the financial portion of it is dealt with by the town. They do the budget up, and they're the ones who dealt with that. So it is a tough one. I think it's one we should be involved in, but to what extent is a tough one. I'll be honest, when I was there, it was for me to update them. It wasn't anything else. And I know Mr. Clark has been asked, I think maybe at my absence, but I also was not formally asked where that would have been.
No, and I haven't, that was just a question that just came up, and I said, look, this would be a suggestion. Like Councillor Stevens and I have been at meetings at the Board of Trade quite often because it is the doctor recruitment. That's why we have our doctor recruitment meetings currently. And the executive director of the Board of Trade is supposed to be on our doctor recruitment called
He's the HPAR coordinator.
the HR coordinator?
HPAR. I shorten the HPNR.
Okay, coordinator. And we were supposed to be getting a budget set up, and that was supposed to be an independent role from the Board of Trade. We haven't seen any of that yet.
I know that the town was going to evaluate how it went and then make a proposal for any further future financial commitment they wanted for us in the healthcare profession attraction and retention. We initially have split up a recruitment budget, which is basically out-of-pocket expenses that are being incurred by the Board of Trade, but we are not yet funding any of their man hours that are going into that.
And that was something that we'd committed that we would. So it's just, that's something sitting there too. I want the other members that are paying into it to know that we're, not, or to realize that we're not.
That is an important update for our new council members, that there wasn't a verbal agreement, and it's tough to bind the hands of a future council by a past council's verbal agreement. That's why I wish it would have been in writing. There was a verbal commitment by our past council to cover and offset some of Byron's doctor recruitment time to split those costs between the town and county. It was a joint venture. The coordinator role was filled by a town/Board of Trade employee, but not full time. So we were just wanting a breakdown of how much time is part-time so that we could share the costs. So this is something that I anticipate will be coming up to us, but you're not committed to vote any which way when that comes up. But I will say this, there is a tremendous amount of value in ensuring that us, the county as an organization, upholds our words or verbal commitments. So that's the one caveat I'll put out there. And in fairness, it has been very successful and Byron did a very good job.
Put a motion.
I did put a motion that Mr. Reeve Clark would stay as, or go to the Board of Trade.
And that would be the economic development too, or would that be?
I'll be honest, I think we strike the Economic Development Committee because it is 100% ad hoc to the town. It would be like them coming to our ag service.
Okay, so call the question on putting me there, and as I say, that'll be on a volunteer thing that I'll go and sit and bring back some information, so. All in favor? That's carried. So we did talk about 7.2, but this list is carried forward, so, and that's really not even a current board. 7.21, Stettler District Ambulance Association, page 39 of the package.
You're going to do the FCA.
No, he's following the agenda, don't follow my spreadsheet.
Okay, fair enough.
Before we skip on, can staff just make a note about economic development when it comes to our strat planning? I think that's the place to have a more wholesome discussion regarding that.
And as we talked,
Both rating. I see Nikki and Yvette both rating, so don't be offended that I'm not.
and as we talk about the dashboard too, that just ties completely in with it. Yeah. 7.21, Stettler District Ambulance Association. It's guides the operations and policies of our local ambulance. SDAA is contracted by HS to be the primary provider for our area. Though we technically have a borderless system, the County of Stettler Administration oversees the association that provides administration, HR, financial, technical, and mechanical services to the organization. It is 2 counselors. It is a board where we have an extension to a contract.
Well, our contract expires the end of September 2026, and we're hoping to have a new one with Alberta Health prior to that.
And we have one incumbent that was on that board as we go through contract negotiations, and with the government, not with the labor force. Andrew?
We will have the labor force as well. It expires at the same time. So I would say that, similar comments as the LUB and MDP, this is a heavy committee coming up. Normally it's not. We went quite a number of years with a long-term contract that was great, but we've been in a series of extensions lately. And we've been promised 3 or 4 times now that that's the last extension and we're moving to the new big agreement. But we are now reporting or working with, or we're no longer working with AHS officially. We're working with Emergency Health Services now, which is a new spin-off from the province's revamping. And so we expect to be, well, I'll be honest, I expected to be diving into this a month ago already, and they still aren't moving as quick as I'd like to see, so.
They hired a CEO and he quit 6 days later, so it gives you an idea of what they're equipped.
We also are starting accreditation, which is what we have to go through every 2 years, so that basically we can enter into a contract with Alberta Health. And it's a very tenuous exercise. It's due to start next week.
The work put into this board is phenomenal, and I know at one point we looked at having our ambulances stood down. I wasn't on the board, but had made, I guess, a comment at the spot we demanded a meeting with the minister. We had the meeting, and we did get it. Thankfully, we got an ear at the table, and it's been a continuous effort on that. So with this contract negotiation coming up, I certainly hope we get a long-term contract in place that actually, meets the needs of both sides. And we do have an excellent ambulance service. We've got, what do you call our staff, Yvette? ACP, yeah.
No, it's a wonderful service. It's evolved over a long period of time. It's very political, and it's going to get very busy.
For us in a rural area, that ACP service can save both lives.
I would have a great deal of interest. This is the one that I specifically earmarked. As someone that sat through the last round of contract negotiations, I think they considered one an extension and one a bridge, because we had so many extensions, they were embarrassed to call it an extension again, so they just changed the name. So I've groomed a lot of lobbying connections on the ministerial and bureaucratic side, so I would really love to see this one through at least to the contract renegotiation stage.
Any other one that would like, Janet has put her name forward, is there anybody else that would like to look at this?
My alley with my background.
How about an alternate? Is there?
I'm seeing none with that. I will make the motion that we appoint the two representatives to the Stettler district, and one being Councillor Stevens and one Councillor Adam. And
I'll call the question on that. All in favor?
do we typically appoint an alternate? Yes. Yes. Mr. Gano, would you be so inclined to be the alternate on that?
I would.
Okay, I'll make the motion that Councillor Gano is the alternate to the Stettler District Ambulance Association.
I'll call the question on that. All in favor?
And if I could, Mr. Chair, as an alternate, you still have the ability to go to these meetings. You won't get paid, and you're not voting, but it wouldn't be a bad idea if you're just trying to get the lay of the land. You could still go to those meetings if you're so inclined, and just basically hang out and get a feel of what's going on. So don't think that just as an alternate you have to stay in the background. The only problem is we don't typically pay you for it. So.
And there is a courtesy, if you have to call one of your alternates, that you forward on the previous agenda, give them a high-level update of what to expect, if there's any hot-button touch points that are likely to come up. So make sure you're communicating with your alternates before they're in the thick of it.
Yeah, some boards are a little more dicey than others. This is one that needs that information. So.
The information is important, but this is the most unifying committee that we have amongst all the municipalities. It is rare, extremely rare, that you ever get a vote that isn't unanimous. Everyone fully supports this board, all 6 municipalities, so it's kind of a nice one to be where everyone gets along so well.
I got housing, so you stay away from it. Housing's good too. See, 95% of what we do is good stuff.
Stettler District and Family and Community Services, FCSS. Janet is FCSS.
And for continuity reason, we've had a few changes. Of course, Mr. Stolberg would be there. I would like to stay on that one as well, because I've been with this board for quite a while, and I would like to see, not that there's a lot going on. We never have enough money, but we have always lots of work. So.
Anybody else show their interest on FCSS, and we need an alternate on it also. Yeah. Does anybody want to? Councillor Walker would go as alternate. We need a motion on the table.
I'll move that, the mic's pitting me. I'll move that we appoint Councillor Nyberg and Councillor Adam as the representatives and Councillor Walker as the alternate.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. And a member. Member at large, as you put that motion forward. Is there any other
We had Blake Chapman. Blake's been there for quite a while. Again, both of them are phenomenal individuals. So.
I can argue that Shelley's good.
She should.
Is this, any other questions or any other names for alternate? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Okay, Stettler Regional Fire Department Transition Committee, page 40 of the package.
We have to do the Stettler IDP first.
Oh, shoot, okay. 7.23, Stettler Intermunicipal Development Plan Joint Committee, which is Stettler IDP. And it's regarding the area around Stettler, the bordering properties.
We just completed the new IDP for this area, but there are things that come up, development. So we usually appoint the 2 Stettler area trust counselors on school board now. Yeah. So that would be Mr. Gano and Mr. Nyberg.
I'm good with that.
Counselor,
I'll move that we appoint Councillor Gano and Councillor Nyberg.
You get me to accept it, that's fine.
call the question, all in favor?
Should I go to the bathroom?
If you weren't here.
Okay, 7.24, the Stettler Regional Fire Department Transition Committee, not transmission, Transition Committee. And it's the committee that's worked through the fire department negotiations up to this point. And it was 3 incumbents that are here were on that since the first meeting.
Consistency with that one?
It would be, I would think it would be the benefit of the county to keep it in within consistency.
For continuity, since we're halfway through the transition, that it makes sense.
If I could, the previous committee, that was somewhat related. Who was sitting on that? I think myself.
That's the commission piece. That's once we got
Janet,
the commission that turned over to the commission. Councilor Gano.
Adam, Gano, and Hunter on that committee.
I do have an interest here, but I certainly can understand where incumbents are at as well. You know, part of what I campaigned on was to look at kind of our path and see if I can make any difference with where we're headed. So I'll leave it at that, I guess.
Go ahead.
I think Mr. Gano on that, putting on the commission one makes sense, that the path forward. This is finishing up, I think, and I don't think there's a path back. I think we need to look forward. This just needs to finish the end of it. So.
I would disagree. I would say that we consciously planned the committee to leave the door open. We wrote specifically in the bylaws that another municipality could join at any time. And I am still of the mindset that it's just a matter of time before all 6 municipalities work together. I just don't know how long of a time frame that takes.
And to correct that, I would say we're not going back to where we were. We are going on a path forward to a different place.
As the commission operates,
as the commission operates, we're just, the way that it was before will never be the same. It just is not going to. We need to finish that off. If it looks that we have that go forward in a different organization forward, I think that's the path forward with that commission.
So I understand how much work is this, and how long do you expect the transition committee to sit?
I'll at least answer the second part, is that the interim agreement that was negotiated specifies an end date of December 31st of this year. Certainly this is not going to last beyond the first year of this term.
Thanks for that context. That's important.
And also with that, when it does come to the budget, like we do have conversations conversations on, as we're discussing equipment and all those different pieces, but the inventory is a big thing that we have to pass through. Inventory was completed a couple weeks ago, and it was very in-depth. It was, not hours, it was days to get our inventory in place. The itemizing and, pricing, it's progressing?
It's ongoing. Actually, we have a meeting tomorrow morning internally with staff, with the county, and we have a meeting with the town Tuesday afternoon.
And as we get through those pieces and how that all comes together with the rest of the inventory, really. And then we are operating out of the other station, which falls either under, if it's commission, or it would be under the fire service for the meetings after that, would it not, Andrew?
Yeah, so currently we're operating functionally as, we just keep calling ourselves Heartland Regional Fire. We don't specify whether that's department or commission. Of course, the commission relies on having at least one other municipal partner. And of course, we had to wait until after the election because not only because that's a fair thing to do, but we have to name the first board of directors when each municipality passes the resolution to form the commission. And so we needed the new names in place before we could try and proceed.
I'm correct in assuming that this means this committee is to tie up loose ends to complete this project, which logically that would be the incumbents that we're working on.
And if I could, if there wasn't a big change in council, I would imagine the three of us would have stayed in that position anyway, because just to finish up, it just makes sense.
Councilor Hunter?
I'll make a motion, we keep the three incumbents on that going forward, to just finish that off.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. The Stettler Seed Clean Plant number 1 limited, page 41 of the package. It's was very similar to Battle River Research. We did pull our membership off with reports to come back to us. Was there any other way it was set up?
I believe we
fund them, and we have for the last 2 years gave them additional funding to help them become viable. And we are helping them with some of their maintenance items, just to keep them going strong.
Plus our ag fieldman has to sign off on their operation also.
Inspections, yeah.
Inspections of that plant.
Under the Weed Act's regulation, a seed cleaning plant must be inspected and approved by an agricultural fieldman or by the municipality each year to continue operating. That does, as a bit of education, never has a mobile seed cleaner sought approval from us, and they do require it. So that is worth noting when you're talking to your cropping friends.
So with that, Councilor Stevens?
I'm comfortable leaving this one vacant. I think it worked well having their group as a delegation to come and keep us up to speed on progress. And we did open up additional avenues of communication with some of our members at large seats that are now available for them. So I will make the motion that we leave this position vacant.
Lucky.
Call the question, or is there any questions on that? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Stettler Town and Country Museum, page 41. That's one that usually can make you make a mistake in how you're calling it.
Is there any burning desire on this one? I see that Mr. Hunter and Mr. Walker or Mr. Gano, I guess, could use another appointment.
Nobody else takes it. I can have an interest, but that's
If Janet, if you have an interest, I don't have an objection to it, whatever these.
I spent enough time there now, so I might
as well be on.
We got 3 that want it then?
You back off.
You got to be on some though, too.
If you're there, stay.
And I just, Counselor Adam, Mr. Walker doesn't have a lot that he's on.
I'm fine with that. You know, I'm kind of tied for first here.
Okay, so I'll make the motion that Counselor Walker be appointed to the Town and Country Museum.
And do you want to add an alternate to your motion, Mr. Hamburg?
I will make the motion that Counselor Adam is the alternate. No, he's already on there. He's doing stuff personally, so.
Are you on the board personally?
No, I just volunteered.
You fixed the first as well.
I mean, and all that.
Voluntold position.
And that one works really well, just for continuity. You get to know what the boards are all doing. FCSS will be from 4 to 6. You will go and have a burger at A&W, and then you will go to the museum. Anything like Mr. Still. So.
And I used to know how to get in there with the old gate.
You don't want to drive through the new one though. Okay, and so we'll call a question on that. All in favor? And that's carried. And 7.27. Okay, 7.27 Stettler Waste Management Authority. And it is 2 counselors and an alternate. So Counselor Walker showing interest.
Counselor Gano and Counselor Walker. Anybody else as an alternate?
Counselor Hunter as an alternate.
For that one. I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. So we'll have to get a motion for destruction of the ballots. Counselor Nyberg, call the question, all in favor? That's carried. And adjournment. Motion for adjourn. Counselor Adam, call the question, yes.
So at the beginning of this, I don't recall, do we need a motion to accept what we've done here or not? We did it each time.
We did individual motion.
Yeah. Okay, you.
I've got a motion to